This is your host to welcome you through the creaking door into the inner sanctum. Well, I putted myself over to a traveling freak show this afternoon to see how the competition was doing. Ran into an old schoolmate, fascinating fellow. We once voted him most likely to succeed. He did, and how. He's a high man in the snake pit. A frightful accident happened near the squirrel cage. The peanut concessionaire went up in flames. Yeah, some joke had given him a hot foot. Well, before I left, the owner offered me a very lucrative job. Pick any cage you like, he said. I told him I'd think it over sometime when I got my mind back.
Tonight's Inner Sanctum mystery, The Corpse is Lonely, was written by John Robert and stars Larry Haynes in the role of Smitty with Barbara Weeks as Julie.
And now for tonight's anguish. We're on the ground level of an old abandoned lighthouse on Jellicoe Strip, a narrow islet 2 miles off the North Atlantic mainland. It's the exact instant a sputtering fuse hisses close to a wooden box that reads, "Danger, dynamite." Near the box, lying dazed, are 2 figures.
Julie.
A boy and a girl.
Julie.
The boy rises, staggers unsteadily,
Julie.
then reaches down frantically toward the unconscious girl.
Julie, get up. Julie will be blown to bits.
The 100-year-old lighthouse lies toppled in a crazy pile of shattered stone. One figure lies outside it, flung clear of the wreckage in a freakish whim of the fates. One figure, the boy. Blood spurts from head wounds and mixes with the sand under him. His eyes open slowly, and he stares in a slow circle, away from the lighthouse, as if trying to find it. His eyes fix on nothing.
Julie. Julie, I can't see. I can't see. I'm blind. I'll write my story on the wind. Yes. The short, happy story of Smitty Lonergan. It began with an old green bottle on the beach. Only yesterday. I'd been out all day casting for sea bass in an old rowboat rigged up with an outboard motor. When I'd had enough, I ran the boat up on the beach. Except for the seagulls, I was alone, I thought. It was a beach at the tip of nowhere, a 4-mile walk from town. I just dropped my anchor when I saw the old green bottle lying on the edge of the beach like it had just been washed ashore. There was something inside it, rolled up. And a metal stopper that took every ounce of strength I had, trying to pull it free.
Let me give you a hand at that, kid.
Who are you?
Sharky. You don't need to look so green. I ain't gonna bite you.
Well, where'd you come from just now? I didn't see
I was
any.
watching you from up on the dunes. Hand me that bottle. There, just takes a little muscle. Now, let's see what you found, kid. Yeah, sheet of paper.
Looks more like old parchment.
Yeah, it does. There's a coin with it. Old green coin. Looks Portuguese to me.
No. It's American. It's an old gold coin.
Well, what do you know? $50 gold piece at that. Yeah, what does the paper say?
Well, it's old script, hard to make out.
Don't give me that stall. Make it out.
Well, read it for yourself, why don't you?
I don't read. Oh, come on, kid. Come on. No need getting your back up.
I can make out the words 1/3 to the Lady Jane, 1/3 to the croaker, and 1/3 to the sea.
1/3 to the Lady Jane, 1/3 to the croaker, 1/3 to the sea. What does that double talk mean?
I don't know. There's a signature on it. Captain Crow. That's That's all there is.
Lie sticking out all over your face, kid.
Well, what do you mean?
There's more on the back of that paper. Give it to me. Part of a map. This is the third of the map that went into the bottle you fetched out of the sea. The second piece went to some Lady Jane, and another third to the croaker. You get the 3/3 together, and you got a map leading to a lot more of that gold.
Now, look, Mr. Sharkey, I found the bottle, and you're honing in.
No, kid, I'm not horning in. I'm taking over. Map, gold piece, right in Sharky's jeans. Hey, you don't like it, huh?
You're a cheap crook.
Gonna hike to town. Tell the sheriff.
You bet your life I am.
Kid, I never yet saw a dead man walk to town. Any town.
Yeah. You gonna kill me?
Sure. Like that.
No, Sharky. No, the map is all yours.
Not while you're blabbing around town, it isn't. Not. Kid, I'm shot. Julie, she shot me. You're laughing.
Yeah. But I don't see anybody.
She'll show from over the dunes when it's safe.
Sharky. Sharky was dead. And Julie showed. I watched her come down over the dunes, holding a rifle aimed and ready. A girl gotten up like a beachcomber. She's wearing fisherman's pants slit along the thigh, with long hair flying wildly.
Sharky done for?
Yes. Yes, he's dead. You saved my life.
All I did was kill Sharky. Get the stuff he stole from you out of his pocket.
Yeah, sure.
What's all this?
Oh, just some old junk I found in an old bottle.
Sharky wasn't killing you because of some old junk. I don't like liars, mister. Sharky was a liar.
All right. It's an old gold coin. There's a letter and part of a map.
Part of a map that leads to more gold coins. Was that the way Sharky figured it?
Yes.
Then that's how I figure it. We're partners, mister. What's your name?
Smitty.
We're partners, Smitty. Now help me dig a hole for Sharky.
Partnership is out, Julie. I'm on my own.
This rifle says otherwise. I just traded in Sharky for you, handsome. Now dig that hole and then start chasing down the gold.
The gentler sex. Whoever coined that phrase never met Julie. Well, I went right to the one source that could tell me the most about Captain Crow, the signer of the old litter I found. My informant was a peg-legged old man called Uncle Cale, the village record keeper.
Captain Crow, huh? Funny you should come inquiring about him.
Well, I'm writing a book on New England history. There was a Captain Crow, eh?
Yeah, was until the county hung him 20 years ago, about the time I lost this leg.
Hung him, you say? Why?
Well, piracy was only one of the reasons. Crow had put out the signal flare lit off an old Jellicoe lighthouse so that passing ships would ram into the rocks and sink.
Oh. I guess Captain Crow's scheme netted him quite a lot?
Yeah, I reckon it did. Everything floating to shore was salvage, and Crow knew just where to lay waiting for it. What went down, Crow went down after.
Diving suit?
Yep. And grappling irons.
Oh, I suppose he came by a lot of gold that way, huh?
Well, I can't say he didn't. There was talk once about a gold shipment that never got past them rocks off in Jellicoe Lighthouse.
Uh-huh. I ran into a couple of funny names connected with Captain Crow. I wonder if they make any sense to you.
Yeah, fire away.
Lady Jane and the Croaker.
Lady Jane and the Croaker? Now, where did you come by them?
Around? They mean something?
Why, they're right here in my records, in the last will and testament old Captain Crow made out before they hung him. I remember reading them names like it was only yesterday.
Can I see the will?
Yeah, I guess you can. You'll be in the book writer. I'll go scout it up. And I got it right here. Penned by old Captain Crow himself. Let's see what it says. A ship's clock, grappling irons, a diver's suit, windlass, a rocker, a picture of Lady Jane. And there's one of your questions answered, son.
A picture of Lady Jane?
Yep. A hand-painted picture of a sailing boat. Went to his sister right here in the village, the way he wanted it. Hester Crow's got the picture now, hanging over a mantel.
What about the croaker?
Well, the croaker is written down here as a stuffed parrot.
A stuffed parrot. Who did Captain Crow leave that to?
Yeah, his brother Tom. Yeah, Tom's got that stuffed bird sitting on a table in his parlor right now. I've seen it there. Say, you want to hear the rest of what Crow divided around in his will?
No. No, thanks. I know all I want to know. Thanks. Hester Crow and Tom Crow, the surviving brother and sister of old Captain Crow. I had 2 stops to make. To pick up a painting of a ship and a stuffed parrot. Yeah. Pick them up somehow. Buy them if I could. Steal them if I had to. Hester Crow's cottage faced the sea in a deserted corner of the village. Picking my way up a short flower path to the weather-beaten front door, I knew I wouldn't have to buy or steal the Lady Jane picture. Hester Crow was just about giving up claim to it. Inside on the floor with a face splotched green and purple and twisted as if she'd just screamed at the devil was Hester Crow.
Stop staring stupid and get the painting down off the mantelpiece.
Julie, you killed Hester Crow. It didn't have to be murder.
When you're chasing gold, it's kill or be killed.
How'd you know to go after Hester Crow?
I was outside the window listening to you pump that record keeper. You just thanked him and walked away, sucker. You got a double track back there sometimes, Smitty.
And murder Uncle Cale, I couldn't.
Then I'll have to do it for you. I'll get that Lady Jane picture down. Rip off the back. Well, is it there or isn't it?
It's there. Another 1/3 of the map.
That proves the letter in that bottle was the McCoy.
Yeah, I guess it does. We just need the last 1/3 of that map now.
The stuffed bird sitting on Tom Crow's parlor table. A stuffed parrot's gonna make us rich. What are you staring at me like that for?
You're crazy.
Maybe. But you're going to be crazy about me.
Am I?
You'll see. Now you go down to the beach and wait for me. I'll go get that stuffed bird.
You're going to kill Tom Crow?
You forgot what I told you about chasing gold?
No. No, I didn't forget. You said kill or be killed. I hiked 4 miles back to the beach as Julie had ordered me to. And I waited for her to come back with the stuffed parrot. Oh, I was in deep. Playing patsy to a crazy murderess with no way out. The hours went by and the dawn came up. But Julie didn't show. Julie didn't show. But somebody else did. Somebody else came scooting along the surf in a 20-foot motorboat. A burly guy with a wind-tanned face and a yellow poncho and a rain hat. With a sheriff's badge pinned on his chest. And with him, piloting the motorboat onto the beach, was a short, olive-skinned fisherman.
Hiya, son. I'm Sheriff Curtis.
Hiya.
Been camping out here?
Yeah. Is it okay?
I guess it is. Outside the town limits here. Where you from?
Inland away, Fall River.
On the bum?
Sort of. I'm between jobs and thought I'd like to get a little fishing in before locating again.
Fish biting?
Some.
Yeah. What line you in when you work?
No line, especially soda jerking and odd jobs.
Uh-huh. Been into the village lately?
Yeah, I thought I'd look it over. Why?
Well, no reason, especially. You got any objection to looking it over some more? Me showing you around?
Do I have to?
Maybe you do. Got no reason not to want to, have you?
Oh, no. Why do you ask that?
No reason, especially. Old Hester Crow died mysteriously last night, but that shouldn't bother you any. Didn't even know the old lady, did you?
No, I didn't.
If you're ready now, we'll go.
And if I'm not ready now?
Then I'll have to take you in. Son, you're up.
Julie! It was Julie who shot you, Sheriff.
I don't see nobody.
She'll show. From over the dunes. Julie showed. I watched her come down the dunes. A rifle aimed and ready. Pointing at the olive-skinned little guy who piloted the motorboat for the sheriff.
Sheriff changed his mind, handsome?
He's dead. He came to arrest me for the murder of Hester Crow.
I saw your knees knocking from up there. Good thing for us the sheriff came along.
Good thing.
And how? We got a real motorboat now and a pilot with it. You there, what's your name?
Pedro, senora.
What do we need a motorboat and pilot for?
To get to Jellicoe Lighthouse and get that gold.
Jellicoe Lighthouse?
Yeah. Here's the third of that map that was sewed in the stuffed parrot. Put the 3 pieces together and read it for yourself.
What happened to the owner of the stuffed parrot, Ed Crow?
You just gotta know, huh? Read the map, handsome.
According to the directions and arrows, there's something buried in the foundation of the Jellicoe Lighthouse.
And the something's gold.
Well, to get at it, we'd have to take the whole structure down. That means wrecking equipment. It's too big a job for us.
You sure quit easy. What's wrong with dynamite in the lighthouse?
How do we get the dynamite?
By getting it. Pedro, come here.
Si, senora.
You want to stay alive?
Oh, si, senora.
Then tell us where to lay our hands on a box of dynamite.
But, senora, Pedro do not know.
Pedro had better know.
Pedro did know. We watched Pedro steal a box of dynamite from the private pier of the county construction company.
I have stole the box of dynamite, senora.
Now, let's get out of here. Head straight for the Jellicoe Lighthouse, Pedro, as fast as you can push this tongue.
The Jellicoe Lighthouse is over there, senora. On that little island. See, I throw the light on it.
I see it. The lighthouse is abandoned, isn't it?
Oh, si, senora. For a long time, there is nobody in it.
Stop the boat here.
Here? In the middle of the water?
Right here. Turn around, Pedro.
What for?
Do as I say.
Surely. Pedro's helped us.
One of you's got to go, handsome. I can't keep an eye on both of you in the dark and on that island at the same time. I'm only a helpless woman. Which'll it be, Smitty? You or Pedro?
Go ahead, make it me. You'll kill me anyway, sooner or later.
Maybe I won't. Ready for it, Pedro?
Si, senora. If I have to die, I am ready. Thank you, senor, for trying to save Pedro.
We planted the dynamite in the ground level of the Jellicoe Lighthouse during the lashing gale. Pencil strips of moon shining on Julie's face looked like tiger stripes. There was a crazy gloating burning in her eyes.
Is it all right, handsome?
Yes, it's okay.
Now, light the fuse.
The whole lighthouse will blow sky high in a minute.
And shower us with gold.
Let's get out of here before we blow up.
Let's not get out of here.
Let's not. But Julie
No.
will...
You will. Move and I'll shoot you.
Go ahead, shoot. I'm coming. Not good enough, Julie. Got enough left to choke the living breath. Kills. He kills, he says. She sagged in my hands and fell over unconscious. I couldn't bring her to it. Dragged myself out in time. I'm here now. On the beach. Blinded by the blast. Writing my story on the wind.
Hello, son. You find that gold yet?
Uncle Kalo. How'd you know to come here?
I was the one who sent you here.
You sent me here. Oh, sure. You gave me the lead on what Lady Jane and the croaker meant.
More than that, I was the one who drew up that letter and map and put it into that old rum bottle for some scavenger to find on the beach.
I don't get it.
Old Captain Crow never had any gold. It was me that made you think he had by forging them writings on an old paper I tore out of a book, by hiding pieces of a map in the back of that picture and in the stuffed parrot.
Why did you do all that?
Payment for my leg. The leg I lost.
All sounds crazy.
I lost my leg in the service of the county, but not a cent come to me for the loss. I was to get my pension from the county board, except for 2 votes going against it.
2 votes. Hester Crow and Ed Crow voted against you.
They did. May they squirm everlastingly in their graves.
So, your scheme was to get them murdered by someone who was after the pieces of map you planted in their homes.
Yeah, and it worked. Jim Dandy.
Why did you come here now? To laugh at me for playing sucker?
No, son. To make my peace with you before you die. I left the story behind me all written out, and they'll be coming here after me. I've had my revenge. And I allow I'm touched in the head some, but I wanted to make my peace with a good lad like you before you die. You scared?
Not of dying so much.
And then of what?
Of someone waiting to meet me where I'm going. She swapped Sharky in for me. You hear her? I got rid of her once. But I'm afraid she's going to get me this time.
What do you bet now that he's crossed the great divide, Smitty's troubles begin to multiply? Julie won't take no for an answer, especially now that she knows Smitty's a real gone guy. Did somebody say Uncle Cale gambled a $50 coin and hit the crackpot? Well, what do you say we close this merriment with a moral, everybody? When bottle washes out of the sea, don't pull the stopper, sucker. You might blow your own top.
Be with us again next week at this same time for another Inner Sanctum Mystery. This program was heard in the United States over CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System, and has been rebroadcast for servicemen and women overseas. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Are you feeling the chills creeping up your spine? Stay tuned for more spine-tingling tales. But if you dare to experience real-life thrills, click on the link in the description. Prepare to be whisked away on a heart-pounding journey through the bustling streets of Rio de Janeiro's favelas. Experience the sights and sounds firsthand as an American driver navigates and narrates the vibrant chaos. Don't just listen to the scares, live them. Click the link below for an adrenaline rush like no other. But beware, what you see may haunt you forever.
Good evening, friends. This is your host to welcome you through the creaking door into the inner sanctum. Well, went sailing over the weekend. Trim little sloop known as the Vampire. Named after its owner, Nash. Everything went along with a charming frenzy. The owner yelled, "Man the deck!" And the captain promptly did. Just one man. spread so thin over the deck you'd think he was sprayed. That afternoon storm gave us a time for a while. One guest was washed right over the side. We didn't rescue him because we just know he'll turn up. He did once before.
Tonight's Inner Sanctum Mystery, Death on the Highway, was written by John Robert and stars Ted Osborne in the role of Carlyle with Alice Reinhardt as Ginger.
And now for tonight's sweet symphony of scream. We're on Chicago's famous Skid Row, a brassy carnival street of flea circuses, sideshows, dives, and honky-tonks. Let's follow a newsboy as he darts into Enrico's, a basement tavern serving ragtime music and chili con carne.
Police drag River for Lester Samuels. Read all about it, paper, mister.
Yes, I'll take a paper.
Hey, didn't I sell you a paper right here last night? Same place, same table?
You did. Same place, same table, same me. You've got a good memory, mister.
Some story, huh? Samuels jumping off that bridge. What a way to die.
Yes. Oh, what a way to die.
Hey, you sound funny. Did you know Samuels?
No, I didn't know Samuels. You got your nickel. What are you waiting for?
Nothing. You don't have to get sore. Read all about it, police drag River.
I did know Samuels. Lester Samuels, embezzled $100,000 from Eric Carlyle, investment broker.
And I'm Eric Carlyle.
I did know Samuels.
I was an eyewitness to his last scene on Earth.
I played it.
Oh, well, I can't face it.
You have no choice, then. You had a position of trust, and you embezzled $100,000.
$10,000. I just took $10,000, not the $100,000 that's missing.
You're confused and hysterical. You lost heavily to gamblers, so heavily you lost track of how much.
That's not what happened. The firm is in shaky condition. You used my small theft to cover a bigger one of your own. You stole the other $90,000 from your own customer account.
It's an improbable story, Samuel. No one will believe it.
I stole only $10,000. I can borrow, scrape, make restitutions, but $100,000. It means the rest of my life, the end of my life. Please, Carla.
You stand trial, and I'll help you. I'll do everything to mitigate your punishment if you cooperate.
No! I won't be your cat's paw. I'll kill you first.
Get away from me, Samuel, or I'll shoot. I'll kill you and tell the police to attack me. Now get out. Samuel got out. Out of his coat on the bridge. Then over the rail just 24 hours ago. The police are still dragging for the body. With Samuel's death, I was safe. I thought. His plunge into the river made the police story simple and passed and solved. A thieving employee had taken the only way out. But I wasn't safe. Even here, a heavy-set stranger at an adjoining table guessed my secret.
Troubled about something, Mr. Carlyle?
Got it. How'd you know my name?
I read it off that tablecloth. You've been writing it over and over.
Oh, I always doodle my name.
Eric Carlyle. Your name's also in that newspaper in your lap. I read the story a while ago.
Look, if you're after a touch...
No, I'm not. I'm just making talk. Funny how a man's fears stick out all over him. As if he's wearing a sandwich sign.
Hate to break up your philosophizing, mister, but I've got to go.
Go ahead, run. See if you can run faster than the eyewitness.
Did you say the eyewitness?
Yeah. Every crime has its eyewitness, Carlyle. Even the perfect crime.
Who's the eyewitness?
You.
I ran in a high-powered convertible at 60 miles an hour into the teeth of an electric storm. The world's fallen suffocating at 60 miles an hour. I ran faster, 70 miles an hour, 72, 75. The rain fell and the sky thundered. I kept seeing Samuel's face, eyes up and begging blindly. Floating in every road puddle I splashed through. I pushed the car to 80, but Samuel kept appearing faster as I murdered him over again with every puddle and every mile. And then, where the macadam was level and the rain puddles ended, there was Samuel, this time alive and real, standing deep in my headlights, right on the road with his thumb pointing like a grotesque hitchhiker. Look out, Samuel! It was minutes before I dared get out of the car. The hallucination of having struck someone was so strong. When the mood passed, I went to look. I had struck somebody. And there was a witness to it.
You bore down on the poor guy like you wanted to run him down.
It's impossible. It was Samuel standing in my headlights, a man who died yesterday, a ghost.
Yeah. How did a nut like you ever get a license to drive? This is a kid named Slim. He was trying to hitch a ride for us. I was waiting on the side, and he was thumbing you.
How is he?
I don't feel no pulse. He's dead.
You're sure?
Sure, I'm sure. Have a look for yourself.
I can't.
Well, help me get him into your car. There's a trooper's headquarters 2 miles up.
Wait a moment.
What for? Pneumonia? I'm soaked through to the skin.
The victim. Who was he?
A kid named Slim, I told you.
Friend of yours?
Well, not exactly. I only met him a couple of hours ago in a road diner. He'd had an argument with a red-headed dame he was with. They were eloping to get hitched before they got to fighting. The dame faded in a huff, and the kid, Slim, latched onto me.
You're a hobo.
Sure. I'm a hobo, and you're a killer. What about it?
I didn't mean to insult you. I'm desperate.
Yeah, well, mister, you will be when I testify as how you tore along at 80 and smacked into the kid like he was a paper bag.
Why should you testify? The kid, Slim, meant nothing to you.
You mean even less.
If I meant more?
Is that an offer shaping up?
If it was.
How much?
$1,000.
Hey, you got all that sugar on you?
Yes. It was a horrible accident. I'm sick, in desperate trouble. What would you...
Okay. What do you want for your grand?
Dispose of Slim somewhere and forget everything. Let me continue on as if nothing happened. Is it a deal?
1,000 talks. Get it up.
Here. There are $20, $50 bills here. I'll go on.
Sure. Hey, wait. Take the kid's overnight bag with you and dump it yourself somewhere. I don't want to be stuck with it.
I drove as far as I could get, then pulled into the yard of a roadside diner. The storm was over, and there was a wild gnawing in my stomach. I had to appease somehow.
What a be, mister?
Something hot, anything.
Clam chowder, okay?
Sure, yes. Clam chowder was in front of me. A sickening slop. It would do nothing for the agony in my stomach. And then I saw her come into the diner and into my life. My first sight of her was a face in the mirror in front of me. She stood behind me.
Mine company, mister.
The public place? Sit where you like?
I like right beside you. How's the chowder?
Don't know. Haven't tasted it.
Looks awful.
Does it? How much do I owe you, mister?
2 bits.
You going?
Yes.
Without tasting your chowder? Wait for me. I'm not hungry either. A gentleman holds the door open for a lady.
Look, miss, you're beautiful and desirous, and two's company, I'm sure, but I'm in no mood for flirtation.
Neither am I, mister, and I'm in no mood for fish stories either.
Fish stories? I haven't said anything.
No, you haven't. But you're going to try.
What are you driving at?
I looked over your car before going into that diner. I wanted to figure how many were riding and see if there was a chance for me to catch a hit. You got an overnight bag initialed SW on your front seat. SW. Slim Williams. That's my boyfriend's bag. What are you doing with Slim's bag?
I saw it lying on the highway and picked it up. I was going to turn it over to the state trooper first chance.
Come again. And don't try the lie that Slim caught a ride with you and then got out forgetting his bag. Slim never forgets anything. I know Slim. We were eloping to get married.
You think I robbed your boyfriend?
No. Not a guy with your fancy clothes and car. All Slim had on him was $30. The bag's just got a shirt, a toothbrush, and a Keystone camera. I think you ran Slim down.
Why, what? You think that?
By the way you're stalling and lying?
Right. Your Slim did suffer a minor injury. I tried to stop for him in a bend of his some miles back, and stopping abruptly, my fender hit him a glancing blow.
Where's Slim now?
In a first aid clinic in Kenmore Township, 10 miles behind us.
Why did you lie about it?
I didn't want to be held up any longer. I'm in a hurry.
And why did you keep Slim's valise?
An oversight. Just that. Believe me.
I'll believe you when I see Slim. You're turning around and taking me to him. Come on, get going. Now, what are you staring at?
You.
Don't pull that old wheeze. You've never seen me someplace before.
But I have. There's a quality in your voice, a likeness in your face.
Sure. I'm Zazu, the hula dancer you met in Borneo.
No, Samuel. You're the face of a man I knew. You're another ghost.
I remind you of a man. Mister, you sure pay pretty compliments. But I still want to be taken to Slim.
Every crime has its eyewitness, even the perfect ones. I was my own eyewitness. I had run from Samuel, the bookkeeper I'd framed and destroyed, into a new terror, an even greater danger. I had killed a hitchhiker named Slim and run. And now a girl with hard, accusing eyes was forcing me to turn back, forcing me to produce a dead boyfriend.
How much further to that hospital clinic Slim's supposed to be at, Mr. What did you say your name was?
I didn't. It's Chambers. Richard Chambers.
Now you're lying again. Your name's Carlisle, Eric Carlisle. You live on Mulberry Drive.
How did you know that?
By reading. You've got your car ownership slip around your steering wheel. I'm Ginger Thomas.
Hello.
How much further to Slim, did you say?
Not much, Father.
Well, step on it. You're loafing along like we're out joyriding.
We were close to the place where I'd paid off that hobo. And again, the thing was coming alive before me. The dead were coming back in the black puddles the car overtook and splashed through mile after mile. Samuel and now Slim lying side by side. There had to be an escape for me. I had to rid myself of the girl at any cost.
Why are you stopping?
Rear tire feels flat. Take a look at it.
Go ahead.
Tire is low. Have to pump air into it. Got a hand pump in the trunk.
Hurry it up.
I found a tire wrench in my tool chest, the only weapon available. Miss Thomas.
I'm used to being called Ginger.
Ginger, I'll need your help. Tire pump keeps slipping. Someone has to hold it while I pump.
All right, if I have to. Hey, it's pitch black and spooky out here. Where are you?
Here, at the rear of the car.
I can hardly make out.
Please hurry if you're going to help.
I'm staying where I am. Did you really think I was going to walk into a tire wrench whacking down on my...
Stop! My hand! You've got a gun.
It's Slim. I stole it from him when we quarreled. Can you still drive with that hand?
Yes. Your bullet hit the tire wrench. The hand's just stunned from the concussion.
Then let's go. This time I'll sit in the back and do the directing. In case you get any more funny ideas.
What's our destination?
Police headquarters. You're going to tell them you ran Slim down and then tried to murder me.
Ginger?
You warming up another fish story?
No more lies. I killed your Slim on the highway accidentally. I couldn't seem to stop in time.
Where is Slim now?
A hobo who was with him disposed of him. For a price.
How much?
$1,000.
Cheap way out for you.
I didn't haggle over price. I offered that much, and the hobo took it. I never haggle over the price of my safety. No price too high.
You're telling me. I saw you go for that wrench back there. Slim meant nothing to the hobo. Slim meant something to me.
I understand. If I could make it up to you, somehow.
He meant 100 times more to me than he meant to the hobo.
100 times more? $100,000?
Police headquarters about a quarter mile up.
$100,000 is a fortune.
Sure, it's a fortune.
If it means my safety. Yes.
I'm rich. Pull into the first cabin you see. I want the thrill of ordering a 4-inch steak and champagne. You're not eating, Mr. Carlisle.
Eric, formalities are a little pointless now.
Okay, Eric. Go ahead. Order something extra good. On me.
Thanks, no.
Say, how are you going to turn over all that money to me?
I have that much in my vault.
In cash?
In cash.
Good. Eric.
Yes?
Don't look now. Across the room in the end booth, near the piano.
Who is it?
The hobo. The one that Slim took up with.
The one I took up with. You mustn't see us, Ginger. Let's go quickly.
But I haven't finished half my steak.
You'll get another one some other place. We've got to get out of here. We got out of the tavern without being seen.
Wait a minute. This dawns on me that your safety is my safety now. We're partners, sort of. And the hobo's your problem and my problem.
I don't follow.
If the hobo gets to worrying about what he's done for you and yells cops, I'm out that $100,000 you're going to give me tomorrow. You see it?
In a way.
And if the hobo sticks his hand out for a second helping of your money, you can't pay him because I've got your money. So the hobo turns to me.
But how can he get to me? He hardly saw me in the storm of darkness. I didn't identify my gun.
You don't know hobos. That $1,000 you gave him opened his eyes to a lot of possibilities. He doesn't know your name, but I'll bet you anything he jotted down your license plate number when you pulled away.
Then what can we do?
Just one thing.
One thing.
If we're going to stay safe, we've got to shut him out. For good.
Murder.
You were the man with the lug wrench once. Look, I've got a fortune now, and Slim wants me to protect it any way I must. When Mr. Hobo comes out, we're walking him down the road and into the woods.
The hobo came out, and we walked him down the road, then toward the woods. I was beside him, Ginger behind him, prodding him with a gun. Ginger was protecting her fortune against the hobo as cold-bloodedly as I had once protected my fortune against Samuel's.
What's the rap, mister? I ditched the kid like we agreed.
It's useless to talk.
Oh, the dame's been selling you a bill of goods. She was Slim's girl. I seen her with Slim. You're in the clear, honest, mister. I loaded the kid down with rocks and threw him into a lake. I really done my bit for that grand.
Stop here, Eric. I'll take him into the woods.
You kill him?
Yes, me. I'll have to do the dirty work. Can't trust you with a gun, so I'm stuck doing it. Don't run off while I'm in there, Carlisle. We've got a morning date with your back.
I won't run off. There's no place to run to.
Keep walking, hobo.
Look, I'll give you back that grand if that's what's griping you people.
Walk.
They disappeared into the woods for a moment, victim and executioner. There was a long, heavy silence, and then...
See this? Came out of the hobo's wallet.
Why, 67432. It's my car license number.
It was his number to a juicy career of blackmail. But we're really safe now. Sucker.
We came back to town, Ginger and I. In the morning, I went to my bank vault and turned a packet of new bills over to her. $100,000. The money I'd stolen in Samuel's name and hidden away. She took the money without a word and went off laughing, as if she had a huge joke she wanted to tell the world. I'm here in Enrico's now. I've been an eyewitness to a lot of things since Samuel. I'm back here because there's no place to run to. The heavy-set stranger who called the turn on me last night is coming over.
Weren't able to shake that eyewitness, huh?
No. How can a man shake himself? I've been seeing Samuel everywhere. He's been a boy named Slim, hobo, girl named Ginger. Lock me up somewhere. I'm out of my mind.
No, you saw right. Samuels and his family. His 2 sons and his daughter.
Samuels? And his family?
Samuels didn't leap into the river. He merely left his coat on the bridge and walked away.
But I ran over a boy named Slim. He was under my wheels.
Before your wheels. He practiced just such a fall for days.
It was all a frame-up then. A frame-up to trap me, Slim, the hope of the girl.
No, not a frame-up. Just a wave giving justice a little push on a wave.
Who are you? Another Samuel. Samuel's father, maybe?
No. I'm just an odd-job man working out of police headquarters. I specialize in digging up eyewitnesses.
You're a cop.
Yeah. Funny thing, how 9 times out of 10, the missing eyewitness turns out to be the guilty party himself.
Did someone just say all Carlyle needed was a dash of ginger to cook his goose? Still, you know, Carlyle hung on to his sanity, but tenaciously, right down to the last crack. Morals? Oh, I got a couple. Chalk these on the nearest penitentiary wall, somebody. When embezzling money, be sure to amputate both hands so you won't finger yourself. And this clincher. He who frames a bookkeeper only hangs himself. Good night. Pleasant dreams.
Inner Sanctum was heard in the United States over CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System, and has been rebroadcast for servicemen and women overseas. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Are you feeling the chills creeping up your spine? Stay tuned for more spine-tingling tales. But if you dare to experience real-life thrills, click on the link in the description. Prepare to be whisked away on a heart-pounding journey through the bustling streets of Rio de Janeiro's favelas. Experience the sights and sounds firsthand as an American driver navigates and narrates the vibrant chaos. Don't just listen to the scares, live them. Click the link below for an adrenaline rush like no other. But beware, what you see may haunt you forever.
Good evening, friends. This is your host to welcome you through the creaking door into the inner sanctum. Come in, come in. You mustn't mind that covered body over there in the corner. That's Oscar, our bashful corpse. You see, we covered him up because Oscar said he didn't want to be seen dead in here. And those folks sitting on the coffins just came in to rest their bones. Sort of a skeleton crew, you know. Oh, we're having a big party here tonight, but if you don't see any smiles, just remember, all the people here are grave characters.
Tonight's Inner Sanctum mystery, Corpse Without a Conscience, was written by Ed Adamson and Bob Sloan and stars Carl Swenson in the role of Charles with Everett Sloane as Bellini.
As they so often say, the line that separates the dead from the living is very thin. Now take tonight's character, Mario Bellini. Bellini crossed that line so many times he almost wore it out. Like the strange, mystic man that Mario Bellini was in life, the small mosque-shaped tomb in which his body reposed was strange and mystic, too. In the hillside cemetery, it stood alone and aloof, above the other tombs. On a stormy, windswept night in the large granite house whose grounds border on the graveyard, the elderly, wrinkled-faced woman stands at her bedroom window, staring out at the hilltop tomb. The elderly woman, troubled by a hidden fear, bites nervously at her lip. Then, suddenly...
Ananda, what happened?
Charles.
What happened? Why did you scream?
He's come back. He's returned from...
Huh? What are you trying to say? Who's come back?
Mario Bellini.
Bellini?
Yes, he was here in this room.
It's ridiculous, Bellini's dead. He's buried in that tomb up on the hill.
I know, but he's returned from the dead.
Nonsense. The dead can't return.
Bellini can. He has strange powers. He was here in my room. Can't you tell he was here?
Tell? How?
That odd incense he always had burning in his place. Don't you smell it? This room, it's filled with the odor of Bellini's incense.
It's just your nerves. There's no odor of incense in this room.
What?
Not a trace of it. Now go back to bed.
You think I'm crazy. Just because I'm old, you think I imagine things.
Bellini is up on the hill in that tomb. His casket is in the crypt under the stone floor. Even if he could rise from the coffin, he'd be locked in that crypt. Not that the dead can rise.
Bellini has strange powers.
For your own peace of mind, I'm going to prove to you that Bellini's body still rests in that tomb. Going to wake up Horton. He'll help me unseal that trapdoor on the stone floor.
It's no use, Charles. You won't find Bellini there.
What makes you so sure?
Because of this note.
What note is that?
I received it from Bellini the day before his death. I never told anyone. Here, read it.
Mrs. Ferguson, you have won in life. I will win in death. I shall return for my victory on the first anniversary of my death. Bellini.
You see, the prophecy in that note has been fulfilled. Mario Bellini died just 1 year ago tonight. Charles, please, I want to go back to the house.
After I show you what's below the floor of this tomb.
It's pure witchcraft, Mrs. Ferguson, coming to life after being dead for a year.
My aunt is upset enough, Horton, without your comments.
I'm sorry, Mr. Ferguson.
Just keep working on that concrete.
Yes, sir.
Aunt Edna, you still haven't told me why Bellini sent you that note.
I don't know.
You sure?
I told you, I don't know.
Could it be because you swindled him?
Swindled? I won't have you talking to me that way.
Forgive me, Aunt Edna. Swindle is a bad choice of a word, isn't it?
It was a perfectly legal transaction. I obtained his property fair and open.
Just a shrewd business, hmm?
Well, I've always prided myself on my ability to deal shrewdly in all matters.
How's it coming, Horton? You need any help?
No, sir. As soon as I get this bolt loosened, it'll take the two of us to raise the door. It's solid stone, you know.
I know.
Charles, perhaps we better call the police.
You have nothing to worry about, Aunt Edna. Except, of course, your own conscience.
That's an ugly thing to say to me. I've given you everything you ever wanted, haven't I?
Yes, you have, Aunt Edna. And I've often wondered why.
There. It's off. Bolt's free, Mr. Ferguson. I think we can raise the door now.
All right, Horton, take hold of the ring.
Yes, sir.
Let's pull together.
All right. Come on. It's beginning to lift, sir.
That's it. Keep pulling. Keep pulling.
It's open. What do we do now, sir?
Mrs. Ferguson, you and I are going down there into the crypt.
Oh, please, sir. Mr. Bellini always frightened me when he was alive. I'd rather
Don't
not.
be a fool, Horton. The dead can do no harm.
But Mrs. Ferguson said he came out to this crypt tonight.
Never mind what Mrs. Ferguson said. You are doing as I say.
Yes, sir.
Ready, Aunt Edna?
Yes, Charles. If you insist.
I'll take the lantern, Horton.
Here you are, sir.
All right. Now, you two follow me down.
Watch out for your head, Mrs. Ferguson. The ceiling's low.
Please, Charles, hurry.
Moving as fast as I can. Got to find the catch on the side of the casket. Ah, here it is. Now, pull back the panel, Horton.
Yes, sir.
Is he there, Charles?
Of course he is there. Exactly as I said he would be. Hermetically sealed under glass.
No sign of life, is there?
No sign of life. Don't be afraid to look.
But
Go ahead. Look. See for yourself. See how safe you are from the unrising, dead Mario Bellini.
Oh, thank heaven. He's there. And dead. Charles, did you lock all the windows on the first floor?
Yes, Aunt Edna.
What about the shutters, Horton?
I bolted them all, ma'am.
Really, Aunt Edna, this is ridiculous. You saw his body still sealed in the casket?
It's not his body. It's the spirit of him, his evil spirit. I know he'll try to kill me, but I'll fool him. I'll live through this night.
Why, of course you will. I was just thinking of what the doctor said about your heart, about overexciting yourself.
Never mind my heart. Get out of here. Both of you.
Yes, ma'am.
Good night, Aunt Edna.
Good night. And Horton, make sure to lock the door behind you.
Yes, Mrs. Ferguson.
If you need me, Aunt Edna, just call out. I'll be within hearing distance.
Make sure that you are. Now, let's see. Is there anything I've overlooked?
Yes, Mrs. Ferguson. Your closet.
Oh, who said that?
I did, Mrs. Ferguson. Turn around and you will see.
No. Oh, no, it can't be.
But it is. It's Mario Bellini.
No. It's just in my mind. You're not really here at all. It's just my mind. You're in your casket where we left you.
Am I?
You're dead. I saw you in that casket.
And I will return there after I settle with you.
Oh, this is a trick. A trick to frighten an old lady. You're not really Mario Bellini. You can't be.
You are going to die, Mrs. Ferguson.
Stay away from me.
You are going to die for what you did to me in life.
It was all legal. I can prove it.
I am not bound by the law now, Mrs. Ferguson. I'm taking you with me back to the grave.
No. Please, stay away. Don't come near me.
You foolish old woman. Do you think I'm afraid of that knife in your hand? Do you think a knife can protect you from the dead?
Don't come near me. No, let go.
Aunt Edna, what's the matter?
Mrs. Ferguson. Oh, she's been stabbed, sir.
Horton, call Dr. Marshall.
Yes, no. Wait. Bellini.
What?
Mario Bellini. Return from the grave.
Mrs. Ferguson.
She's dead, Horton.
She was trying to tell us something. What did she say about Bellini?
I'm not sure, but it seemed as if she were trying to accuse him.
Of stabbing her?
Yes, but that doesn't seem possible. Every entrance to this room was locked. Horton, look. Her hand on the knife as if she'd plunged it into herself.
Mrs. Ferguson wouldn't have killed herself, sir. And yet there was no way for anyone to get in here. Anyone alive.
I don't know what to think now. Maybe my aunt knew what she was saying. Maybe she did. Horton, what are you staring at?
Look, sir. This was on the floor.
What is it?
A ring, a gold ring, with the initials MB engraved on it.
I saw that ring tonight. I saw it on Mario Bellini's hand while he was in the casket in his tomb.
Everything's just as we left it, sir. The stone trapdoor still open. The casket seems to be in place down there in the crypt.
Yes, well, we'll go down to make sure.
Do you think it's safe, sir?
Well, we've got to find out if this was the ring Bellini really had on his hand.
Mr. Ferguson, the panel of the casket is open.
Nothing to be afraid of. That's the way we left it. Let me have your lantern.
Here you are, sir. Is he still in the casket, underneath the glass?
Yes, he's here. I guess we must have misunderstood what my aunt meant when she spoke his name.
Of course, sir. Nobody can return from the grave. Good heavens, Mr. Ferguson, his hand, there's no ring on it. Look for yourself, it's gone, sir. There's no ring on his finger.
Oh, yes, no ring.
But it's not possible. Are you sure you saw the ring on the corpse? Couldn't you be mistaken?
I guess I could be, but, well, I guess I must be, because
No, you were right. Mrs. Ferguson was right, too. Mario Bellini did return from the dead to kill her.
Horton, what are you talking about?
Look at the other hand. It's stained with blood, sir.
I can't understand it. I can't understand how blood could be on his hand unless it was there when he was put into the casket.
But it's fresh blood, sir. We must call the police immediately.
Yes, I guess we'd better. We'll go just as soon as I pull the panel back over the top of the coffin.
We'd better leave everything the way it is and hurry out of here. It may be dangerous for us to stay a moment longer.
No, all right.
Mr. Ferguson.
What is it?
I thought I heard something stirring down there.
Where?
In the casket, sir. Listen.
It's your imagination, Horton.
No, there is something moving in that casket.
Quick, let's get out of here.
No, wait. The glass, the casket. Bellini's getting up from his coffin.
Get out of your mind.
He's there, standing up in the casket, sir.
Wait, where are you going?
For the police.
Come back, you fool.
No, sir. You, Mr. Ferguson.
I had no choice, Horton. It was your life or mine.
That was a foolish thing, Charles. Isn't one murder enough for tonight?
What did you want me to do, Mario? Let him go to the police and have them find out that you're still alive?
What difference does it make? They'll probably find out about me anyhow.
It's a good chance they'd have, after the way you botched everything tonight. Why didn't you do what you were told instead of killing my aunt with a knife?
The knife wasn't my idea. I had to kill her or she would have killed me.
I wish she had. Would have fitted my plans better.
You and your plans, making out a false certificate of my death, burying an empty casket, and hiding me away for a year, all so I could scare your aunt to death. Ah, what a plan.
It would have worked if you had followed orders.
I did as you ordered, but it did not work. The shock of seeing me wasn't enough for her. Her heart was a lot stronger than you thought it was.
Well, then why didn't you leave? Instead of stabbing her?
Why? Because it was such a wonderful opportunity. I waited over a year for tonight. I waited long enough for my revenge.
So now you may have to pay for your revenge.
Then I will pay for it. It will be well worth the price.
Well, not to me, it won't. I wanted her out of the way to inherit a fortune, not to go to the chair for it.
That is your problem. After all, Charles, I am officially dead, you know.
Shut up, will you? Horton could have been my alibi. If you hadn't gotten blood on your hands and made him suspicious.
Then why did you bring him back here? You know something had gone wrong.
We found your ring. I had to prove that you were still in your grave, didn't I?
All right. What are we going to do with his body?
I was just thinking about that.
And?
Maybe I can save us yet. We'll put his fingerprints on that knife. And we'll make it look as if he had a fight with my aunt.
It might work.
It's the only thing we can do. I'll say there was an argument between them. And in the struggle, my aunt was stabbed and Horton was shot.
What about this tomb?
We'll close it up tight till the investigation's over. There's no reason for them to suspect that you're still alive. Yes, Lieutenant, the bodies were just where you found them.
You didn't touch a thing, Mr. Ferguson.
No, not a thing. My aunt was there on the floor near the bed, and Horton was only a few feet away.
Tell me, Mr. Ferguson, where were you when you heard the first shot fired?
Downstairs in the library.
Mm-hmm. And you couldn't hear anything of the argument that went before it?
Didn't hear a thing. That's why I'm not sure they were arguing.
All right. Well, I won't take up any more of your time tonight. I'll be back in the morning.
Oh, very well, Lieutenant.
By the way, this window here faces the hillside cemetery, doesn't it?
Yes.
Did you happen to notice anything strange going on out there about the time your aunt was killed?
No. I told you I was in the library.
Oh, yeah, so you did.
Why do you happen to mention the cemetery, Lieutenant?
Oh, it probably has nothing to do with this case, but I had a call about an hour ago from a woman who said she saw a light out there.
A light?
Yeah.
Oh.
Probably just a crank call. The woman insisted she saw two men coming out of a tomb, the one on the top of the hill shaped like a mosque. To whom they buried that queer duck in. His name was Mario Bellini.
Mario Bellini. Oh, yes.
I guess I'll have to investigate it sometime tomorrow after I make my report on this case. It's the trouble with being a cop. You get 100 crazy calls like that a year. No, they're bum steers, but you got to see them through anyway.
Yes. It must be quite a nuisance.
Yeah, sure is. Well, good night, Mr. Ferguson.
Good night, Inspector.
Charles,
What do you want, Mario?
is it all right to come in now?
Give him a chance to get out of the house.
He won't come back anymore.
All right, all right. Come in.
I heard what he said, Charles.
Well, what about it?
If the lieutenant goes to that tomb tomorrow, there will be trouble.
Why do you say that?
Are you crazy? That stone door to the crypt is chipped. The bolt has been broken. And there may be bloodstains on the floor.
Well, what if there are? There's no connection between me and Mario Bellini.
Isn't there? What about the false death certificate? Don't you think they can eventually trace that back to you?
Oh, I don't know.
Well, I'm not going to wait to find out. I'm taking the first train out of here, and you had better do the same.
Run away? What good would it do me without the inheritance? Where can I go? How can I live?
That is your problem, not mine. I am dead, remember? No matter what happens now, I will be in the clear.
Oh, that's right. If you go, you'll be in the clear. And if you stay, then I'll be in the clear.
What do you mean?
There's only one flaw in my story, Mario, the false death certificate. But that certificate doesn't have to be false.
What?
It doesn't really have to be false at all. If you're dead when they open that casket tomorrow, then my hands will be clean.
Charles.
Yes, that's the only way out.
No, Charles, stay where you are.
I can't let you live. You've got to die.
No, Charles, wait.
No,
I've
you've
got to die, Bellini.
I can live. Killing you is the only solution. What a shame, Mario, that you can't help me lift this door. Even with an iron lever, it's too much for one man to open all the way. Now it's coming. It's a little farther. I can prop it up enough for me to slide in. Now I can slide through. If I do it ever so carefully. Now, it's your turn, Bellini. I just pull you through the opening. Now I can carry you the rest of the way down. The juice is caught on the top of that door.
My hand, Charles. Bellini, my hand is on the door, Charles.
It's not you talking. It's just my mind. It's just my nerves. You're dead.
Am I?
You're dead. You're dead. I killed you. In my own hand, you're dead. Your hand on that door is just a reflex. I'll get it loose. I'll get it loose even if I have to. Good heavens, the stone door! It dies! It slams shut!
Now we are alone, Charles. You are trapped with me in my tomb.
You're dead. You can't talk. You're dead. You're dead.
I'm not quite dead yet. You did not do your job well.
I've got to get out of here. There's not enough air.
You can get out, Charles. Just push up the door.
Oh, the door?
Yes.
This.
Is it too heavy. Of course, it's much too heavy for one man. But two men could.
Oh, yes. Yes, two men could do it. Help me. Two men could push open this door.
Two normal men could. But I am half dead. I have no strength. Remember, you choked the strength out of me.
Help! Help! I'm dying here. Somebody help me!
Shouting won't do you any good. No one can hear you through the stone. You will have to stay here with me until they find your body.
No, I can't. I won't. I don't want to die.
Oh, don't be such a coward, Charles. Death is not so bad. You will see. And after all, we do have an elegant tomb in which to rest in peace.
That's what we mean when we say the guy died laughing. No sense of humor, that Mario Bellini. Just couldn't take a choke. Oh, well, I'll have to get along. Now, Bellini and I have a date with a couple of ghoulish girls. We're going out tonight to paint the town black. Oh, you didn't know that Bellini and I were pals? Why, of course. I've known that stiff ever since he stood knee-high to a grave hopper. Good night. Pleasant dreams.
Inner Sanctum was heard in the United States over CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System, and has been rebroadcast for servicemen and women overseas. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
The chills creeping up your spine. Stay tuned for more spine-tingling tales. But if you dare to experience real-life thrills, click on the link in the description. Prepare to be whisked away on a heart-pounding journey through the bustling streets of Rio de Janeiro's favelas. Experience the sights and sounds firsthand as an American driver navigates and narrates the vibrant chaos. Don't just listen to the scares, live them. Click the link below for an adrenaline rush like no other. But beware, what you see may haunt you forever.
Good evening, friends. This is your host to welcome you through the creaking door into the inner sanctum. Well, went picnicking over the weekend. Found a lovely, restful, woodsy place. Oh, it was beautiful. So quiet, you could hear a body drop. And quite a few deers. The sun was so hot that one of our party melted to the ground. I'd always wondered over that waxen look about Charlie. Still, it's an ill wind because Charlie had his usefulness at bat. Came the deep night, we ran a string through him and played marbles by candlelight.
Tonight's Inner Sanctum mystery, Pattern for Fear, was written by John Robert and stars Everett Sloane in the role of Ludwig with Cameron Prudhomme as Larrabee.
And now for tonight's ramble in the Never Never Land. We're in the Avalon Lounge, a fashionable metropolitan restaurant. A waiter approaches a table secluded behind an arrangement of tall potted plants. A lone patron sits at the intimate circular table for two.
Your order, sir? If you please, I will take your order.
You know what I want, Ludwig.
Oh.
Caught you unawares, huh?
I had forgotten you. In 5 years, one forget.
Then I'll reintroduce myself. Captain Larrabee, 9th Precinct. Did you read the morning papers, maybe?
I can recommend our lobster Newburg. The recipe...
A page 1 headline says that Guthrie Stewart dropped dead of a stroke.
Men die, Captain Larrabee. Every day men die, so that new
I
life...
thought maybe with Guthrie Stewart dead and gone now, you'd want to talk about things.
You were wrong, Captain Larrabee. I have no wish to talk.
Well, in that case, I guess I'll just have to make myself comfortable and wait right here.
You're just wasting your time.
I don't think so, Ludwig. You're still suffering something in silence. Guthrie Stewart died without a word. But there's an envelope somewhere now on its way over here to you.
An envelope?
Yes, it's coming by special messenger. The envelope reads, to be delivered on Guthrie Stewart's death. Don't look so befuddled. Stewart's lawyer tipped me off about that envelope 15 minutes ago. I said I'll wait, Ludwig. What I really mean is, we'll wait.
We wait, the policeman and I, in a grim watch for the messenger soon to come. Captain Larrabee doesn't say it, but I am his prisoner. The restaurant fills up with people, and my mind thinks back 5 years to this same table for two hidden behind the plants. I remember a conversation I overheard by chance, and the terror that came out.
Are you absolutely clear on what you are to do?
Lady, murder is my business.
Very well. Repeat my instructions again.
Okay, I'm up there on the terrace outside his bedroom holding a submachine gun. When the 11:30 train comes around the curve, I shoot to kill.
You empty the machine gun into his bed. Understand? You empty it.
You don't just want him killed, huh?
There must be no chance of his surviving this time.
This time? So you tried it before, huh?
Yes. Here. The address is on this slip of paper. Read it, memorize it, and then destroy it.
When do I get paid?
Tomorrow at 6. Here at this table. I'll leave first.
I watched her leave the restaurant. A heavily veiled woman in black whose face I could not see. A man was to be murdered by a killer for hire. A killer with a cold, businesslike look. I watched him read the address, tear it to bits, drop it into the potted plant, and then push the bits of paper under the earth. When he left, I recovered the bits of paper and pieced them together. The victim was Guthrie Stewart. The address was Havermeyer Heights, in the suburbs just outside the city. A man's life was in my hands. The murder was to be at 11:30. At 10, I was in Guthrie Stewart's library warning him. But he was only amused. And his wife, too.
So I'm to be murdered in my bed.
Yes, at 11:30 when the train goes around the curve.
Well, darling, somebody's undoubtedly heard you snore and has finally decided to take drastic action.
Well, you'll make a charming widow, Ellen, if it all comes true.
But it is true, Mr. Stewart. You joke foolishly. I overheard them plotting. See, I have here the pieces of paper the killer threw in the base of the plant. Look.
Well, it's my name and address, all right. But what does it prove? I'm in the phone book. Anybody could jot down my name and address. Anybody. What did you say your name was again?
Ludwig. Ludwig Heller. I am a waiter at the Avalon Lounge. You think perhaps I wrote your name down. The way you look at me, I see you think I am a crank. Even crazy, perhaps.
Well, frankly, Ludwig, I don't know exactly what to think.
You have no enemies?
Not a one, so far as I know.
I heard her speak. A voice lusting for blood. Your blood, Mr. Stewart. And I saw him. A man without a heart. A cold machine that kills. You are to die, Mr. Stewart. Hey, hear that? The train close to your home, just as I heard her say. Yes, laugh and make jokes, but when the 11:30 train goes around the curve, you are going to die, Mr. Stewart. A man's life was in my hands, but I couldn't make the victim believe in his own approaching death. I went to the local police station to a Captain Larrabee. There I blurted out the story once more. I waited while he talked to Guthrie Stewart on the telephone.
Yes, I got it. Yes, I understand, Mr. Stewart. Sure thing, I'll do just as you say. Look,
Ludwig Heller.
Look, Heller, I relayed what you told me to Guthrie Stewart.
But I told you it was of no use to do that. He just laughs at it.
He's not laughing anymore. As a matter of fact, he's hopping mad right now, and his missus, too. Hopping mad at you.
At me?
At you. He says if you keep peddling that fish story around, he's going to prefer charges of malicious persecution.
He will prefer charges against me?
Right. In fact, he left it squarely up to me. Now, you're to promise me you'll go about your business, whatever that is. I'm to clap you in the clink for observation.
He thinks I am crazy.
He's sure of it. As a matter of fact, from the looks of you, I'm not sure you're not crazy either. Now, are you going to do the sensible thing?
Yes. Yes, Captain Larrabee. I will go home. The sensible thing. Go home. 11 o'clock. In 30 minutes, a man would die, and his blood would stain all the rest of my life, because I was powerless to save him. The sensible thing. Go home, the police captain had said. But I did not go home. I had to see death look deep into its face. I returned to Havermeyer Heights to wait silently in the shadows on the terrace and watch. He was there, too. The killer and his machine gun. A black executioner waiting and ready. But Guthrie Stewart lived. I saw them in the pale moonlight on the terrace. A shaken man and a frightened woman, both in their night clothes, armed and unharmed, seeking the assassin, but afraid to search for him. A moment later, I overheard him on the telephone talking with great excitement to Captain Larrabee.
I don't want any publicity on it, but an attempt was just made on my life. Yes. Someone machine-gunned my bed while the 11:30 went around the curve. What? I wasn't in my bed. A dummy was machine-gunned. I fixed the bedclothes to make it appear that I was in bed, just in case that Ludwig person was really telling me something.
I melted into the night like the killer had. Guthrie Stewart was safe. I had been spared his death. The sensible thing now was to go home. But I was to have another moment with the police that night. Walking along a tree-shaded road to a bus stop, a police car suddenly flew toward me, and I was ordered to halt.
You there! Stop!
But I didn't stop. Instead, I ran. I don't know why, but I ran like the wind.
Stop or I'll shoot!
Still, I ran. Faster than the bullets exploding behind me. I found a neck of woods and hid. I lay face down in the earth for hours, listening to the night. And then, just before morning, I started back to the city, sneaking along the back roads like a fugitive. A curious thing had happened to me. In that night, the deep guilt I was sure the killer must feel had transferred itself to me.
Well, Ludwig the waiter sure got himself one big tip to a slaughter. Poor Ludwig, his errand of mercy got in the bum's rush over at the Stewards. What do you do with a character who laughs at an advance notice of his own death to somebody else? Strangle him on the spot, I say. That way he'll positively believe you the next time you're around. Yes, a murder in time certainly saves a lot of wasted breath. Tell a corpse he's dead and he'll never dispute it for a minute. Let's worm back into the story.
The next evening, I went to the Avalon Lounge to my job, as I always did. The police hadn't called, or Guthrie Stewart. It was as if there had been no night before. But there had been a night before. The same two were at their table again behind the tall palms, as they had agreed to be. The heavily veiled woman in black and the hired killer. 5 years have passed, but I can remember that conversation I overheard word for word.
Bungler, Stewart is alive.
I sprayed the bed full of holes like a Swiss cheese, maybe 20 bullets.
But he wasn't in the bed.
Someone was. From where I stood, I could see a figure all curled up.
Well, you've got to do it all over again.
Okay. Tell me where and how.
Listen carefully. He will be at a shorefront casino in Norwalk tonight. He will motorboat there from Rye and then back the same way. You will wait at his landing pier. When he docks, you will have your second chance.
What do I do? Wait all night at the pier?
No. He always returns home close to midnight.
Which landing pier do I wait at?
Number 19. It's Stewart's privately. The motorboat he drives has a black eagle painted on it.
Will he be alone?
He usually is.
Do you have a face behind that veil?
Don't ever try finding out.
Guthrie Stewart's life was in my hands a second time, as if I had been appointed keeper of his destiny. I was there, too, with the fog curling around me just before midnight on the docks facing the Long Island Sound. I hid, but as before, the executioner stood in the fog and mist, not 20 yards away from me, waiting. There were midnight chimes, and on the water, moving closer, the sound of a motorboat returning to dock. The black eagle on the prow was hardly distinguishable. And then a figure stepped out from the boat to the pier. I saw the killer move, and I screamed, "Stewart, look out! There is a gunman!" He was in a heap on the pier, a white figure. I ran to him and kneeled down to see if life had gone completely. "Mr. Stewart! Mr. Stewart!"
That's not his name, Ludwig.
You are alive!
Very much so.
But he...
My pilot, Jameson. He got the bullets evidently intended for me. Do you get a pulse?
No, I don't think I do, but I'm not experienced in such things.
Then let me. He's alive.
I will call an ambulance.
No, I will. You go home.
Oh, but
Go home, Ludwig. It's better that you do, for both of us.
It is better for you that I go home?
Yes. I'd like this treated discreetly. I'm an investment broker, quite an important one.
I know.
You know?
Yes, I know a great deal about you.
That's odd.
Since I have been given your destiny in my keeping, in my hands, I have familiarized myself with things about you. The next day, a heavy manila envelope came to the restaurant for me from Guthrie Stewart. The letter told me about his investment business, his social position, his fear of scandal and things. Besides the letter, there was a check. A $2,500 check for me. The police didn't come until the next night. Captain Larrabee took me to the station house. Guthrie Stewart was there, and Mrs. Stewart. Captain Larrabee was trying hard to understand things.
Ludwig, who were you before you began waiting on tables at the Avalon, and before you started to overhear murder plots?
I was just myself in the world.
Oh, quit that kind of talk. I meant, what were you?
A waiter. I have always been a waiter.
Do you have a mental history somewhere? If you have, better talk up. Might help you out of a jam, being mentally irresponsible. Okay, don't talk up. Mrs. Stewart,
Oh, yes, Captain Larrabee.
on this sheet I have some of the speeches written. The speeches that Ludwig claims he's overheard that woman make. Now, please read them in your own natural-speaking voice. And read them like a woman bent on getting somebody murdered.
Captain Larrabee, you dare
Now, look, Mrs. Stewart, no dramatics, please. I'm just doing a job. Now read them, please.
Very well. You empty the machine gun into his bed. Understand, you empty it. There must be no chance of his surviving this time. Oh, Captain Larrabee, must I go on?
No, that's enough. Is it the same voice, Ludwig, or almost the same voice?
No. The voices are entirely different.
You can say that positively?
Yes. Also, the other woman was taller and much stouter.
Okay, that's that. And I'm not surprised. I'm sorry, Mrs. Stewart.
You should be.
Put your hands out, Ludwig.
Put my hands out?
That's right. Bracelets for you. Ludwig Heller, you're under arrest for attempted murder.
I was sent to a mental ward for observation. There were tests, doctors examining me for weeks, and questions. And one day again, Captain Larrabee came to question me once more.
I found these certificates in your room, Ludwig. They're yours, aren't they?
Yes, they are mine.
Common stock certificates in the Guthrie Stewart Investment Company. 50 of them worth $100 apiece on their face. That's $5,000. Where'd you get $5,000 to invest in stocks?
It was my life savings.
From waiting on tables?
Yes, from waiting on tables.
The stocks took a drop, a big drop. These certificates are worth about 20 cents on the dollar today.
I know that, Captain Larrabee.
Yes, a bear market did it, some people think. A lot of big fellows squeezed a lot of little fellows, maybe. Is that how you figure your life savings were wiped out, maybe?
Maybe.
Guthrie Stewart's market operations cost you your life savings. Isn't that how you figured it? Isn't that why you came around telling him his life was in danger? To terrify him? Get money out of him for saving his life? Maybe even kill him in the end, anyhow?
I am tired, Captain Larrabee. I want to sleep now.
You're not going to answer?
I wish only to sleep now. Doctor!
Okay, stall. Don't confess you toted that machine gun up to that terrace. That it was you firing away on that pier. Play tired, play sick. Even beat the rap that way. But you'll still face charges for extorting $2,500. We've got you dead to rights on that.
No, Captain. I sent the $2,500 back. 5 years ago, I went from the hospital to jail for months without bail while the police tried to build a case. In the end, there was no evidence, and I was free. Free to be watched through the years. Like tonight here in the Avalon Lounge. Guthrie Stewart is dead. But Captain Larrabee sits with me as we wait for a messenger to come.
Ludwig Heller?
Yes, I am Ludwig Heller.
I got an envelope for you. Sign here, please.
I'll take that letter, Ludwig. It's from the grave. The envelope reads, Ludwig Heller on my death. Guthrie Stewart. Now, let's see what's inside. You know what's inside, maybe, Heller?
Yes, I think I know.
In a second, we'll both know. Doesn't say much.
Does it say, thank you, Ludwig, from the bottom of my heart?
Yes. Yes, it says exactly that, word for word. Guthrie Stewart thanking you? What for?
I have here in my pocket a letter for you, Captain. It was sent to me 5 years ago with a check that I returned. Guthrie Stewart told me to give this letter to you any time I wished. I wish now. Here, Captain.
Dear Captain Larrabee, Ludwig Heller's story is the truth, the whole truth. The woman plotting my murder is Ellen, my wife.
Not out of hatred, Captain, but out of sickness. A mind that has never been strong. She lives in darkness. And I, too, because of her. If I can keep this secret, I can live and perhaps help her. If Ludwig Heller can endure for me and carry my burden, even for a while, Ellen will be hospitalized, and we both will hope.
If Ludwig Heller has the strength.
Now, you understand, Captain Larrabee?
Those stock certificates I found in your room.
We put them there for you to find, Captain. Guthrie Stewart and I.
You did that? You took the kind of rap you did for Guthrie Stewart?
For a fellow human in distress, yes.
You let yourself be slapped around, hospitalized, jailed, hounded day and night for years, all for an absolute stranger?
For a reward, Captain. A great reward. Ellen Stewart was pronounced cured 6 months ago. I am not too young in years, but it has fallen to me, a mere waiter on tables, to bring a new life into the world. The life of Ellen Stewart.
Ludwig.
Yes, Captain Larrabee?
Let's shake hands.
Stop in at the Avalon Lounge, anybody, for the town's best service a la corpse. Love that Ludwig. A man with a heart of gold and a terrifying knack for business. Other people's business. Big-hearted Ludwig borrowed Guthrie Stewart's troubles and almost lost his own interest in living. Oh, that suggests a moral. I overheard this one while eavesdropping on a short-order cook in a chop suey restaurant. Fool who not mind own business always get the business.
Inner Sanctum was heard in the United States over CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System, and has been rebroadcast for servicemen and women overseas through the facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Are you feeling the chills creeping up your spine? Stay tuned for more spine-tingling tales. But if you dare to experience real-life thrills, click on the link in the description. Prepare to be whisked away on a heart-pounding journey through the bustling streets of Rio de Janeiro's favelas. Experience the sights and sounds firsthand as an American driver navigates and narrates the vibrant chaos. Don't just listen to the scares, live them. Click the link below for an adrenaline rush like no other. But beware, what you see may haunt you forever.
Good evening, friends. This is your host to welcome you through the creaking door into the inner sanctum. Come on in. I want you to meet some new guests we just dug up. Now, these cuties went astray because they had no murder to guide on. This fearsome fellow, a carpenter by trade, got rid of his wife by using a drill. So, naturally, his spouse was bored stiff. Now, this murderous minx would never have been caught if it hadn't been for the ashes on the rug. Her husband's ashes. And finally, meet Tony, the village bellman, who turned out to be a dead ringer. Oh. You want to know why all these guests are hanging from the rafters? Well, that's because we like to keep our spirits up.
Tonight's Inner Sanctum Mystery, Dead Heat, was written by Ed Adamson and Bob Sloan, and stars Mercedes McCambridge in the role of Clara, with Carl Swenson as Vincent.
Well, folks, suppose you just curl up anywhere. Say, here's a nice spot for someone. Reasonable, too. Just marked down from 6 to 3 feet. Now, let's get to tonight's terrible tale. For over a week, the intense August heat lay on the Western Valley like a loathsome leech, drawing the lifeblood out of all growing things. The grass has withered to yellow. The soft, lush earth is hardened. The streams have become dried, rocky beds. By day, the sun in a cloudless sky blisters the scorched land. And night brings no relief. Only the distant, melancholy cry of the coyote. And in the valley homes, the parched night burns the minds of the people with troubled thoughts.
It'll never let up, Vincent. This awful heat. Hardly a breath of air. It's as if death has come to the valley to take us all. Everything here is dying.
Clara, this heat is the worst possible thing for you. Now, I've told you before as a friend that you must leave. Now I'm telling you as your doctor. You have got to leave here. Tonight.
Leave? I wish I could. But I can't.
Well, of course you can. Nothing to hold you here.
You don't know, Vincent.
Huh?
You don't understand her power. She's holding me here. She won't let me leave.
She? Who on earth are you talking about?
My sister, Evelyn.
Evelyn? You're not making sense. Evelyn has been dead for over a year.
Yes. But still she holds me.
She's buried in a hillside cemetery. The dead have no power over the living.
Evelyn has. Now.
What do you mean now?
Don't you remember, Vincent? Last year when she died, it was like this. The air was as still and as hot. Death was around us then like it is now.
Clara, stop talking like that.
She's holding me here, Vincent, because she wants me to die.
Clara,
and I know what she's thinking. I killed her. She always thought I was the woman her husband, Stephen, was in love with. That's why it broke her heart. That's why she died.
Now, Clara, listen to me. People don't die of a broken heart.
I watched her during that terrible hot spell last year. I saw her fade. I saw her dry and shrivel. And I remember how she looked at me with those eyes every time Stephen came into the room.
Clara, believe me, this is all your imagination.
Oh.
Now, the heat is warping your reason. That's why you've got to leave the valley immediately.
Hello?
Hello, Clara.
Who is this?
Why, Clara, I'm surprised. Don't tell me you've forgotten your loving brother-in-law so soon.
What do you want, Stephen?
I just thought I'd let you know about it. I'm up here on the hillside at the cemetery. They called me about your sister's grave.
What?
They say the heat is doing it.
Doing what? Stephen, what are you talking about?
Maybe you better come out here and see for yourself. It's Evelyn's grave. The earth is cracking, and the grave is opening up.
Be careful, Clara. Watch my flashlight. The ground around here may be cracked, too.
I've been to her grave so many times. And yet I'm almost afraid to go now.
Well, you should have listened to me and waited in the car.
I was afraid to be alone tonight.
I told you it isn't good for you to use up your energy in this heat. You've got...
Oh, the doctor is right, Clara.
Who is...
Did I frighten you, Clara?
Oh.
Sorry.
Oh, Stephen, it's only you.
Come on, Clara. We're going up to the grave.
You can't now. Half that side of the hill has fallen away.
Oh.
Here, Clara, look at this. You recognize it?
Yes. Yes, that's Evelyn's diary. Where did you
One
get...
of the workmen found it in the dirt beside Evelyn's casket.
That's the diary she always kept under lock and key. The one that was placed in the coffin with it.
That's right.
Now, let me see that.
Oh, Vincent, please. Don't open it.
Why not?
Because she always guarded it. They're her own private thoughts. She didn't want anybody to see them.
Something in this diary may help us. Something may be written here that'll explain her death. Huh.
What is it, Vincent? What's the matter?
It's strange. There's nothing written on any of the pages.
Are you sure?
Uh-huh. Oh, wait. Here's something on the last page. Tonight, in the heat and darkness, I will get my revenge from the two people who made me wish myself dead. My husband, Stephen.
She didn't understand me.
And my sister, Clara.
Oh, no.
I have the strength. I will kill them both.
She must have written that the day she died.
She went to her grave thinking that Stephen and I...
Wait a minute. This wasn't written the day she died. Look the date. August 15th, 1949.
The 15th? That's today. I don't understand it. How could she...
It means just what she wrote, Clara. She's coming back to kill us.
But she can't come back to life. Or can she?
Of course she can't. Evelyn can't do either one of you harm now.
Not if she's really dead. But what if she's still alive? If she still had strength to write in the diary.
What are you trying to say, Stephen?
Maybe she isn't dead at all.
And don't be a fool. I signed the death certificate, didn't I?
I'm going up to her grave to make sure.
The grave isn't there anymore. The side of the hill slipped away.
But her casket was there. You said so before.
Yes, the casket was there. Only Evelyn's body wasn't in it.
Come on, Stephen. You're going into the house with us.
What for? Well, why can't I wait for you here in the car?
You can both wait out here. I don't mind going into the house. Oh.
Clara, just a minute.
That light. In the house.
Wasn't it on when you left?
No. It wasn't on, was it, Vincent?
Well, I honestly don't remember.
I'm not going in there.
Now, we both may have forgotten about the light in our excitement. Come on, Clara. We'll go in with you.
But I'm sure. I could swear I turned that light off when we left.
Well, maybe you did. Maybe she turned it on again. Maybe Evelyn is in there waiting for us.
Both of you are so frightened that you're not making a bit of sense. I told you, Evelyn is dead. She's dead for all time.
Please, Vincent, don't. Don't open the doors. Maybe...
There. Now, do you see that no one is in there? All right, come on now. Stephen and I will wait here while you get some things together. Clara? Clara, what is the matter with you? What are you staring at?
Glove.
Glove? What are you...
A woman's glove on the table there.
Well, that's yours, isn't it?
No.
The initial?
Yes. It's Evelyn's glove.
There, you see, Vincent, I told you she's still alive.
She's still here. Looking for us, Stephen.
She may still be here in the house someplace. We've got to get away from it. The lights. She turned the lights off.
She's come for us.
Stop it, both of you. Stop. The power supply is running short in the valley. They're just conserving electricity.
You're lying. You lied to us all along. You knew she wasn't dead. You brought us back here to be killed.
You're not running out. You're going to stay here and listen to reason.
Now, let go.
Not until you listen to me.
I said let go.
Stephen, what did you do to him?
I just hit him. Come on, we've got to get away from here before he comes to.
We can't leave him.
Fool, do you want to die?
All right, Stephen, I'll go with you.
Now, where's your car?
Around back in the garage. Why?
Because we can't use it. You'll trace us that way.
But you might be wrong about Vincent.
How can I be? You saw the glove. I never did trust him. He and Evelyn were always so confidential with each other. Now, watch your step. It's dark back here.
Wait.
We can't stop now. What is it?
Wait. Someone is there. In the shadows alongside the house.
You can't see there. How do you know that?
Can't you feel it? In the air? The heat right here is so oppressive. It's filled with... Stephen, look out!
Stop!
Stephen! Stephen!
Clara, what's happened?
I don't know. I felt something pass me in the dark. I heard Stephen cry out, and then he fell to the ground.
But Stephen is dead, Clara. He was stabbed in the heart.
And that's the story, Sheriff Cooper. Dr. Branson here came out and found Stephen stabbed to death. My sister Evelyn killed him. Just as she said she would in her diary, she returned the light.
Now, look, Miss Fleming, I admit this heat's got us all on edge. The whole valley is going loco, but I still don't believe in ghosts.
But I tell you, she was here.
You saw her?
No, but I could feel her presence. When she was near, the air was hotter, stiller. It almost suffocated you.
Oh, it's too hot to argue about ghosts.
Well, what about her diary? That note was in her handwriting. And that glove of hers we found on the table, what about that?
Well, Clara, somebody else could have put that there.
Somebody else, Dr. Bronson? Why couldn't Miss Fleming's sister put it there herself? Why couldn't she have killed Stephen?
Well, that is a strange way for a sheriff to talk. You know she's dead.
Is she? Then what happened to the body?
Well, obviously, when the earth cracked and the hill slid away, the body was thrown clear of the coffin and buried in the debris.
I was thinking, Doctor, maybe the body was never in that coffin.
Vincent, what does he mean?
I don't know, Clara.
Doctor, you took care of Evelyn, didn't you?
Yes, and I signed the death certificate. Now, look, Sheriff, I don't like the implications that you're making.
You don't have to like them.
Evelyn died. I have a complete record of the case. I kept that record myself.
That's what I mean. It's only your word.
Oh, not entirely. There was a nurse on the case until the end.
No, Vincent, no. Don't you remember the nurse was discharged the day before Evelyn died?
The day before?
Yes.
Yes, that's right.
Well, Vincent, if you're hiding something, you've got to tell it to the sheriff now before it's too late. If she's alive...
Don't be ridiculous, Clara. Now, you don't believe that your sister is alive, do you?
What else can I believe? No.
She's alive, all right. And, Doctor, you know where she is. Now, look here. She's committed one murder already, and you're going to tell me where she's hiding before she kills her sister. Right. You stay away from that phone, Doctor. I'll take it. Hello?
Sheriff?
Yeah?
This is Deputy Williams.
Well, what is it, Williams?
We finally got something on that case. We found the sister, the one who was missing from that casket.
Good work. And I was right. She is alive.
Alive? No. Sheriff, she's dead as a doornail.
What?
The workmen found her body when they were digging out the landslide at the cemetery.
I'm sorry, Miss Fleming, but you've got to make this identification. That's your sister's body?
Yes. Yes, that's Evelyn.
Okay.
Can I take Clara home now, Sheriff?
Yeah, sure. And, Doctor, excuse me for jumping on you that way before.
Yes, of course.
I guess the heat got me more than I thought. You ever see such crazy weather?
Come along, Clara.
Oh, Vincent. What am I going to do now?
No. Well, Clara, there's nothing more to worry about. Aren't you sure that Evelyn's dead? She can't possibly harm you.
Oh, you still don't understand. Only her body is dead. She killed Steve and she returned from the grave and killed him.
No, Clara. You must believe that Evelyn could have had nothing to do with that.
But Stephen is dead. And whoever killed him is alive. And will kill me. Vincent, whose house is this? Why did you bring me here?
Now, don't worry, Clara. A friend of mine lives here, a woman named Lucille Lang. And we'll be perfectly safe here.
But, Vincent, I don't want to go to this.
Oh, Dr. Bronson, good evening.
Miss Lang?
Lang. I know that name from somewhere.
Come in, Miss Fleming.
And your face. I know your face, too.
Why, of course you do. We've met before.
Where do I know you from?
Well, you'll have plenty of time to talk about that later, Clara.
Oh, no. No, I'm not going to stay here tonight.
But Dr. Bronson ordered that you...
Vincent, please.
You must do as Miss Lang tells you.
Oh, no, please, Vincent, take me away from here.
Come along, Miss Fleming.
Let go of me.
You mustn't be afraid. I won't hurt you.
I'll do as I want, Clara. Miss Lang will take the best care of you.
All right, Vincent, all right.
Now, you get a good night's sleep.
Yes.
I'll be around to pick you up in the morning.
Yes.
Good night.
Good night.
Now sit down right there, Miss Fleming. That's it. You know, the more you move around, the worse you feel the heat.
Yes, so they say.
See how much calmer you are already? You're not afraid of me anymore now, are you, Miss Fleming?
I guess not.
I'm glad. I can't be of much help if my patient is frightened of me.
Patient?
Oh, I suppose you're not really a patient in the strictest sense after all.
No, I know. Now I remember. You're a nurse. You're the nurse.
Why, yes. I'm the nurse who took care of your sister. It was a shame to see such a fine young woman die. I felt terribly when I heard about it.
Oh, you awful thing! How dare you even mention my sister?
I don't understand.
You know why she died. You know more about it than anybody else.
Well, Miss Fleming, you're just exciting yourself unnecessarily.
Don't come near me.
But I only want to help.
Don't touch me. Get away. Oh.
What is it, Miss Fleming?
glove. Her other glove.
Glove?
They're on the table. You had them both. You did it. You killed Stephen. That proves it.
Better go to bed. You're much too agitated.
You're not going to kill me. I'm getting away from you. I'm not going to die.
Wait, you shouldn't go out there.
Oh.
You're not getting away from me.
Oh, let go, please. I don't want to die. Please let me go.
No. You're coming back to the house with me. I'm going to take care of you, just as Dr. Bronson ordered.
Oh, please, I'll pay you anything. Only let... Miss Lang.
What is it? What's wrong?
It's here again.
What?
Here in the dark around us. I can feel it. Coming closer, closer. Oh, save me, Miss Lang. Save me before it's too late. Miss Lang, what's the matter? Miss Lang!
Clara, what's happened?
Vincent, what are you doing here? I thought you...
Well, I was worried about you, Clara. I just came back to make sure that everything was all right. What happened? Why are you calling Miss Lang?
Miss Lang is dead, Vincent, on the ground there. Look.
What? I never dreamt that she was in danger.
She wasn't. Don't you see, Vincent?
Huh? She what?
She wasn't meant to be killed. It's so dark out here. She was mistaken for me. The murderer meant to kill me. What's taking the police so long? The sheriff should have been here by this time.
Well, don't worry. He'll be here soon enough.
But you said you called him 20 minutes ago.
I did. He wasn't in. I left a message for him.
Vincent?
Hmm?
You did call the sheriff, didn't you?
Clara, what is the matter with you? You heard me speaking on the phone, didn't you?
No. I was in the other room.
Well, you sound as if you don't trust me.
I don't know whom to trust anymore.
Oh, Clara.
Oh, Vincent, forgive me. I don't know what I'm saying. But I'd feel better if the sheriff were here.
Well, you've no reason to be afraid. I'm here.
Yes, Vincent. You're here.
You're afraid of me.
Yes.
Well, why? Why would I want to harm you?
Because you think I know who killed Stephen and Miss Lang.
Well, don't you?
No, I'm not sure. I didn't see anybody but you.
And naturally, that is what you will tell the police.
Vincent, I want to believe you. Please, tell me. You didn't kill them.
Of course I didn't.
Well, then why don't you let me call the police?
All right, Clara. Just to prove a point to you, we'll drive over to the sheriff's office. Come on.
No. You go. I'll wait here for you.
I wouldn't leave you alone now, not for all the world. After all, there's a murderer loose.
All right, I'll go with you. Bring the car around to the front and I'll be ready.
Well, you sure you won't try to run away?
No. Why should I?
Well, just don't try it, because there's no place to go. I'll be back in a moment.
Hello? Hello, operator? Operator?
Number, please.
Oh, operator, quick, get me to the sheriff's office, please. Hurry.
1 moment, please.
Hurry.
Sheriff Cooper speaking.
Sheriff, this is Clara Fleming.
Yes, Miss Fleming.
Did Dr. Bronson call your office?
Dr. Bronson? Why, no.
I knew he was lying.
Say, what are
Sheriff,
you...
listen to me. I have only a minute left. There's been another murder.
What?
And Dr. Bronson is the one who's responsible for both of them. You've got to get here before he kills me, too.
Where are you calling from?
Sheriff, he's outside the house.
Where are you?
At a Miss Lang's house at the northern end of the valley, just a few yards off Trumbull Road.
Trumbull Road?
What's happening? Oh, dear. I'm coming, Vincent. Sheriff, please hurry.
What's wrong, Miss Fleming?
The lights. They've been turned off. Vincent! Don't! Don't come in here!
Miss Fleming! Miss Fleming!
What are you doing in the dark, Clara? Who are you talking to on the phone? Clara, why don't you answer me?
Oh, Vincent! Please let go of me. Let go of my arm.
Well, let go, Clara, when you drop that knife.
What?
Now, drop it. Drop it, I said. Oh, there, that's better.
Vincent! Oh, Vincent!
You would have killed me, too. Just like you killed Stephen and Miss Lang. Clara, you're a murderer.
Oh, no! No, it wasn't me. It was Evelyn. She came to me. I could feel her near me in this heat. She was beside me all the time. She made me do it. But she was my sister. I had to help her.
You called Sheriff Cooper, so all the blame would be put on me before you stabbed me, too.
No, I wouldn't have gone through with it, Vincent. I could never kill you, never. But Stephen was evil. And that Lang woman. She's the one who took Stephen away from Evelyn. She's the one who broke up their marriage. They took my sister's life. It was only fair that theirs be taken.
I suspected you in a way, Clara. That's why I took you here to Miss Lang's house. You hid your sister's body, and you wrote those words in her diary.
I only copied what my sister said in hers. 1 year ago tonight. On a night like this. All hot. And evil. And Sanctum.
Sit down, Clara. We'll wait for the sheriff.
Listen. It's raining.
Yes.
Evelyn. She's gone from me. She just left. Evelyn's gone back to her grave.
The spell of the heat is over, Clara. It's all over now.
Well, Clara will finally join her sister in that cemetery, and then there'll be tombmates. Say, if you happen to live in that valley and you hear that grave slid down the hill again, don't let it bother you, because slips don't count. Oh, yes, there's a moral to tonight's torrid topic. It's from the overheated pen of that desert rat philosopher, J. Foulweather Friend. Says Mr. Friend, people who live in grass hot houses shouldn't throw bones.
Inner Sanctum was heard in the United States over CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System, and has been rebroadcast for servicemen and women overseas through the facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Are you feeling the chills creeping up your spine? Stay tuned for more spine-tingling tales. But if you dare to experience real-life thrills, click on the link in the description. Prepare to be whisked away on a heart-pounding journey through the bustling streets of Rio de Janeiro's favelas. Experience the sights and sounds firsthand as an American driver navigates and narrates the vibrant chaos. Don't just listen to the scares, live them. Click the link below for an adrenaline rush like no other. But beware, what you see may haunt you forever.
Good evening, friends. This is your host to welcome you through the creaking door into the inner sanctum. Come in. Went fishing the other day in troubled waters. Dropped anchor 5 miles out of mine. We used the heaviest man in our party as an anchor. A really solid chap, Willie. Tips the attic beams at 275 in his tolless speed. We all had quite a rugged time of it with the monsters of the sea. Live bait wouldn't do, so we tried dead bait. That cut our little fishing party in about half.
Tonight's Inner Sanctum Mystery, Mind Over Murder, was written by John Robert and stars Everett Sloan in the role of Sam, with Elspeth Eric as Hilda.
And now for tonight's uneasiness. Have you ever watched an act of violence happening to somebody else? Someone robbed at gunpoint, a brutal assault in a dark and lonely street, a screaming woman dragged into a waiting automobile? You want to intervene, come to the rescue, but your heart stops dead and a voice whispers inside you.
No, Sam, no. Mind your own business. Don't interfere. You're not your brother's keeper. Don't. I obeyed the voice in my head, the voice of caution. I didn't interfere. I just stood there frozen, watching the car run away into the night. A heavy man in a loud plaid suit and a woman in summer cottons. A woman beaten unconscious and taken away in a car. Taken away to what fate, I wondered. I told myself I was an innocent bystander, deaf, dumb, and blind, just a man waiting at a deserted station, minding his own business. But a deaf man doesn't let a woman's scream enter his ears and lock itself in his mind. A blind man doesn't see and remember details or let the numbers of the license plates of the kidnapper's car, 4826, burn into his brain. 4826, 4826. It was none of my business, but I had to tell someone about it. Someone, a policeman. I ran through the dark streets. It was a town in the suburbs. Everybody had gone to sleep. On Kensico Road, a tavern was still open, Gallagher's. I could hear cheap jukebox music scratching at the night. A man stopped me outside the door.
What's the rush, Mr. Morrison?
Please, I must pass. You know me?
Sure. Everybody knows you, Sam Morrison. You run the dry goods store on South Main Street. Why the mad dash into Gallagher's at this hour? You that thirsty?
No. Just now, down by the bus station.
Another foot, Morrison, and your jaw's gonna reach clear to the sidewalk.
That suit.
What about my suit?
Loud plaids. A suit like...
A suit like what?
Nothing. Like absolutely nothing, I assure you. I'm confused, tired from a long day in the store, from running. I must go home.
Now, wait a minute, I'll buy you that drink. Hey, Morrison!
I didn't wait. I ran 10 blocks to a policeman closing his call box. Hey, officer.
Yes? Morrison, well, what brings you to this side of town?
Wait, please. My heart.
Yeah, it's going like a trip hammer. I can hear it well over here. What's up?
Another minute, please. First, write down the number 4826.
4826. Are you pulling some kind of practical joke at this hour of night?
Joke? What joke?
Write down 4826. Write down my own shield number.
4826 is your shield number.
Are you feeling okay, Morrison?
I'm tired. I feel tired.
Well, suppose you pull yourself together and take a cab home, huh?
Yeah. Yes, pull myself together. I went home. What happened was none of my business. Numbers on cars and on policemen were none of my business. I was a simple man, and my life was a quiet one. A dry goods shop, a wife, a garden behind the house, no clubs, no excitement. There were lunatics everywhere in the world, crazy people after each other, and it was none of my business. I must not get involved. Yet, there was a number repeating itself in my head. 4826, 4826. And the cry still in my brain. At home, I didn't go to bed. I sat up all night in my clothes, wondering about the woman, wondering and worrying. In the morning, I sat down to breakfast with my wife, Hilda. Well, what's in the newspaper?
News?
No, I mean anything important.
New school bus, the Board of Education voted.
No, not such news. I mean, had something maybe happened last night?
2 robberies, the Cumberland Garage and the Davis Lumber Company.
Is that all?
All?
Nothing worse than robbery?
Sam, I don't understand.
Read.
Yes, there's something worse. In Mirador Creek, the police found a dead body.
Who was she? Well, who was she?
Not she. He was a man, a stranger. The police could not identify him. Why did you think it was a she, Sam? Sam, what's the matter with you?
Nothing. Nothing is the matter, and stop nagging me.
Sam, what's come over you? The telephone. I'll answer.
No. Let it ring.
Let it ring?
Yes. I don't want to be bothered with telephone calls this morning.
Sam,
Yes, Hilda.
What are you afraid of?
I'm tired. I had a bad night. You see, it stopped ringing. I'm going to take a rest.
What about the store?
Closed. Today my store will be closed. All day and into the evening I couldn't rest. I couldn't empty my mind and rest. Where would the police find her body, I wondered, and who was she? A mother, a sister, a sweetheart. And to whom? And when the people who loved her came to look on her face for the last time, was it for me, the innocent bystander, to pass on to them her last words? Help, help, and a scream? No, I couldn't hide, afraid like a murderer with a secret. Like the murderer must be hiding himself.
Where are you going, Sam?
Out to report something.
Take your raincoat and rubbers, Sam.
In the streets it was raining. Big splashing tears for the dead. The police station was a mile away. I started to cross the street. But slow, so slow. My legs, I was sitting so long, my legs were like strangers to me. With a car running at me, my legs were stiff and slow. I stared at the car, chained to the street, pushing my eyes out at the license plate, number 4826. Behind me, I could hear my wife. She had followed me out.
Sam, watch out, a car's coming!
I came out of what felt like a faint, with Hilda's white face looking down on me.
How bad is it, darling?
I don't know. My side is dead.
The fender struck your side and you fell.
The car.
You didn't stop. It kept on going. You stood there like you were inviting the accident.
It wasn't an accident. The driver of that car meant to kill me.
Sam, you're delirious. Come inside. I'll call Dr. Cooper.
No, call nobody. Just get inside the house.
But, Sam,
Do as I say. I was lucky. Just my side, black and blue, was the whole injury. I soaked in a hot tub. And later I told Hilda the story. You see, I did nothing to save her, Hilda. I just stood paralyzed, deaf, dumb, and blind. Blind, yet I saw the license plate and my eyes wrote it on my mind, 4826. The number was 4826. Guilt, Hilda, is a funny thing. The more you try to forget, the more you remember. A number like 4826 will come back to you in crazy ways, in crazy coincidences, one after another.
You say the license number of the car was 4826.
Yes. The car in which the woman was thrown unconscious.
Sam.
Yes, Hilda. Hilda, what is it?
4826 is the license number of your car. Your car, Sam.
Coincidences in numbers, like a crazy witchcraft. It was as if I had been picked to learn that there were no innocent bystanders, just cowardly bystanders, just guilty bystanders. Like the murderer, I too was guilty. But who had I killed? I had to find out. I had to know. In the morning, I made an inquiry at the Motor Vehicle Bureau. Yes, Mr. Marsden? Numbers on license plates, Jimmy. Can two cars have the same numbers, two different cars? Well, it happens sometimes. The same numbers, but different letters. The letters designate the township the automobile has been registered in. The numbers may sometimes be the same, but the letters change. For example, the letter C means Soonerville Township. D means Wombley Township. My license plates have a Y in front of the number. Y4826. Well, Y means this township. Did I clear something up for you, Mr. Marsden? Yes. Now, there's a favor I want to ask. All right. Y4826 is my car, but I have seen another car with 4826 on its plates. The letter I don't know. I must identify that other car and its owner. Can you find that out for me? Well, I could maybe if...
If what?
Well, if, let's say, this car you're tracing broke a law, like damaged your car and sped away, hit-and-run driver.
Yes, that's my reason. He did damage and didn't stop. Please, Jimmy.
Have a seat for a while, Mr. Myers. There's one other 4826 in the county. X4826, registered in the next town, Saltaire.
And the name of the owner?
Well, I've written it on this slip of paper for you.
The slip read Walter Demarest, Glendale Walk, Saltaire. Saltaire was a residential town just next door to mine. I started to drive to Saltaire. Now I was closer to finding out about the murder I had done by letting a woman go to her death. A few blocks along on Everest Street, a light changed and I stopped. I waited, and suddenly my door opened.
Don't mind if I hitch a ride, do you, Mr. Mason?
No, not at all.
My plaid suit still got your pop on?
It is an unusual suit.
Custom tailored. Picked the fabric out myself. Now, the lights change. You can go now.
Who are you? You know me, but we were never introduced.
Call me Richie. Richie Summers.
You're a stranger in town?
Yeah, kind of.
In business here?
Kind of.
Do you own a car?
No.
You don't?
Well, if I did, would I be hitching rides? You small towners are sure inquisitive. Any more questions?
Before, when you hitched a ride, how did you pick my car? My car of all cars.
I saw you coming out of the Motor Vehicle Bureau. I knew you were going my way. You are going my way, aren't you, Mason?
What is your way?
South Main Street. Right to your dry goods store. It's been closed a day and a half now, I notice. Hey, you're not sticking to business, Mason. Your own business.
I dropped him on South Main Street, and then when it was safe, I turned the car back toward Walter Demarest, Glendale Walk, Saltaire. A brass plate read, Walter Demarest, floral designs for all occasions. In the rear acreage, there was a greenhouse. Walter Demarest grew flowers for all occasions, births, anniversaries, and funerals. The car was there, too. X4826, a black car, a make like mine, parked in the driveway under a maple tree. I watched into the twilight, into the first shadows of night. And I hid so that I wouldn't be detected, like a criminal hides. And then I saw him come out and go to his car. A frail man with a businesslike look, carrying a small valise, a lady's overnight bag. Demarest drove for miles, with me not far behind. Two black cars, twins, both numbered 4826 in a great funeral procession. At the fork of a winding road beside a running stream, I watched him stop, get out of his car, and throw the overnight bag over the wall into the stream. He drove away, and I stayed. Here, deep instinct told me was where I would find my victim. The criminal always returns, and he had guided me to her. Somewhere here where a bag had been thrown into a stream was a still figure in a cotton dress. All I had to do was find her. I found her. I combed the hard, firm dirt inch by inch, and then where the earth was loose and freshly turned, I found her. Broken and dead, with the last outcry she had shouted into my brain still rigid on her lips. Home. I stayed locked in my room for hours, unable to face Hilda, my wife, or myself.
Sam, let me in.
Go away.
Sam, please open the door. Away like this, you'll just drive yourself crazy.
Look, see this, Hilda?
What is it, Sam?
A tear from a cotton dress, a swatch of brown cotton. But the dress wasn't brown, Hilda. When blood dries, it dries brown.
Sam, no.
And this pin. It was pinned to her dress near the throat. You should have seen the throat, Hilda. It was 5 times the size, swollen from strangulation.
Sam, stop.
I took these things from her grave, the swatch of cotton, the pin, even a handful of earth to carry in my pocket. Do you know why, Hilda? Do you?
Why, Sam? Why?
For trophies. Like a hunter collects trophies, souvenirs of his victims, little remembrances, so that I shall never forget the first thing I killed.
Sam.
Yes, Hilda.
You've told me things. Strange, frightening things these 2 days. About a heavy man in box plaids, about a woman, about a car, about crazy coincidences in numbers. I've listened and I've said nothing. My mind said a lot, but I said nothing.
What did your mind say, Hilda?
That you were a sick man, imagining sick things. My mind told me that. But tonight, coming from the garage just now, looking at your souvenirs, my mind tells me something else.
What?
That there was a woman in a cotton dress and that you, Sam Morrison, a quiet businessman and a good husband, murdered her.
Coming from the garage just now, you said, Hilda. What did you mean?
Your car, Sam. Y4826. I examined the back. On the floor and on the seat there are stains. Big brown stains. When blood dries, it dries brown.
Somebody is at the door, Hilda.
Who, Sam? Who?
You better go see. Leave my door open, Hilda, like this so I can see and hear. I don't want to hide anymore. Go. See who's at the front door.
Yes?
I'm Officer McBride from headquarters. Mrs. Morrison, may I come in?
Yes, come in.
I'll tell you why I came, briefly. A young widow in town, Mrs. Harriet Apley, was reported missing a day or so ago. We found her a few hours ago in the woods near Chequesset River, murdered.
And you came straight here to the Morrisons.
Well, the night Mrs. Apley disappeared, your husband was on the streets late, acting peculiarly. He ran up to me and he said a lot of things that didn't make any sense then. Is Mr. Morrison home?
My husband is not well.
I asked, is he home?
He's sick. He needs a doctor, not a policeman. My husband is sick.
Sick, yes? My wife is telling you the truth, Officer McBride. I'm sick, yes. Sick like a murderer is sick. Sick with guilt.
If you'll calm down a minute,
Calm down. Can I, with her scream eating into my brain? Can a murderer ever know calm? I murdered your young widow on the street that night. I, Sam Myerson, confess to murder. Arrest me.
Oh, now, look.
Arrest me. I insist that you... Arrest me. Sam!
He's had a stroke.
How's Sam?
Oh, Mrs. Myerson, the doc says your husband will get back to normal, all right. But it'll take some time.
Sam has time. And I have time.
Sure. Still, I should have told him right off he was being framed by guys out to shut him up. That might have cleared his mind and steadied him.
My husband. A quiet proprietor of a dry goods store. A man who never bothered anybody. Should be the victim of a frame-up.
Well, they never intended for Sam to face charges, Mrs. Morrison, or anything like that. They were just out to scare him enough so he'd forget what he happened to see that murder night. You see, it was a jealousy murder. This florist, Demarest, he imported a New York killer to help murder and dispose of his two-timing sweetheart. And still, in a way, it was a lucky thing for your husband. The florist broke under the strain and phoned a confession into headquarters.
Or Sam would face murder charges.
And conviction. Well, the way he planted clues like a blood-soaked car seat kept pointing toward him. And the way even coincidence was building its own trap around him.
And the way Sam had already convicted himself. Coincidence, you said, officer. Those numbers, the way they matched. Was that only coincidence?
Well, maybe not. Maybe, like I heard Sam telling the doctor in there, it all happened the way it happened to prove the whole point of Sam's experience.
That everyone in the world is his brother's keeper.
Yeah. That there are no innocent bystanders to murder. Only guilty bystanders.
Poor Sam finally went all numb, making with the numbers. A homicidal florist threw Sam a bouquet of forget-me-nots, and the scent almost killed him. Some joker once remarked, murder is where you find it, and Sam went right out of his mind looking for it. Imagine confessing to another guy's crime. It's getting so everybody wants to get into the act, even if it means curtain.
Next week at this same time for another Inner Sanctum Mystery. This program was heard in the United States over CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System, and has been rebroadcast for servicemen and women overseas. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Are you feeling the chills creeping up your spine? Stay tuned for more spine-tingling tales. But if you dare to experience real-life thrills, click on the link in the description. Prepare to be whisked away on a heart-pounding journey through the bustling streets of Rio de Janeiro's favelas. Experience the sights and sounds firsthand as an American driver navigates and narrates the vibrant chaos. Don't just listen to the scares, live them. Click the link below for an adrenaline rush like no other. But beware, what you see may haunt you forever.
Good evening, friends. This is your host to welcome you through the creaking door into the inner sanctum. Incidentally, this might be a good opportunity for me to mention that we've been going into business in a small way, manufacturing various items for faithful followers of the creaking door. Among them are silencers for chattering teeth, hair lotion guaranteed to keep your hair from standing on end, a supply of spare fingernails to chew on, artificially flavored, and a cream for smoothing out goose pimples. Vanishing cream, of course. There's no charge. Merely send us your name, address, and next of kin.
Tonight's Inner Sanctum Mystery, Murder Rides the Carousel, was written by Lou Vittis and stars Miss Leslie Woods in the role of Janie, with Lawson Zerby as Ben.
And now to our happy little horror. The story of Murder Rides the Carousel. It's no use fidgeting. The lights are up, the music ready, and the painted horses itching to gallop that last mile. Meet Janie, the girl who owns a carousel and who's beginning to get dizzy.
Most places have fairgrounds. Out on the edge of town where the land isn't worth much. And that's where carnivals come and stay for a while. And most carnivals have a carousel out on the edge of town. Daytimes, it's the kids, and evenings you see the lovers on the carousel. And later on, it's the married folks. And then the lights start going out all over the fair. And the air is getting cold. And what kind is it then that ride the carousel? There were only two of them. And she was a pretty enough girl, red-headed, blue-eyed, cheaply dressed. And she wasn't looking at him. But he kept looking at me.
Hey, sister.
What is it?
Don't you get dizzy staying on this thing all night?
I'm used to it. This is the last ride, mister.
You can't do that to me. Look, the brass ring.
All right, you can use it tomorrow.
Suppose I don't come out tomorrow.
Well, I'll give you a nickel for the ring.
I don't want money. I want to get dizzy like you. Find out what makes your eyes squint.
This is the last ride. Joe, he's the old man who works the carousel for me. He's tired. He's got to get some rest. Besides, the fair's all closed up.
Okay, sister. Come on, beautiful. The lady won't let us ride anymore.
Well, thank you very much, Ben Wade, for talking to me.
Climb off your high horse and let's scrap.
I can get off by myself. And you don't have to come with me.
That beautiful is sore. I guess she noticed.
Noticed what?
Where my eyes were.
I've got to close up now.
Okay. Good night, sister. I better go find Beautiful before she gets lost. But don't forget, I got the brass ring.
He went away into the darkness. I put the lights out, sent Joe to bed, and didn't go to bed myself for a while. I couldn't get the carousel out of my head. The whirling lights, the music, and the dizziness.
Well, that's absolutely the last time I'll ever go out with... Ben, it's about time you tore yourself away from that cheap little... Ben, I don't like you walking behind me. It's dark and I can't see. I don't like that kind of joke. You come out here where I can see you and you... Hey, that's a knife. Oh, no. No. You shouldn't have. It hurts. It hurts.
Janie.
Yes, Joe?
Yeah, I've been reading the paper.
I guess you have to do something to keep your mind off running the carousel.
There's a picture here on the front page, a picture of a girl. Take a look.
All right. What about her?
She's the girl who was here last night, ain't she? With that good-looking fella?
Well, it looks like her. Why?
According to the paper, Janie, after she left here last night, she was stabbed to death.
She was?
Yeah. And when they found her, you know what she was holding on to in her right hand?
Will you stop asking me riddles?
I'm sorry, Janie.
All right, what was she holding on to?
A brass ring.
I got rid of Joe. Sent him on an errand. Because I remembered something. I should have done it before. I went to the supply box. The place where we keep the feathers and buckles and buttons for the horses. The place where we keep the rings, including a few spare brass ones. We were missing a brass ring, and I thought I'd better replace it on the arm that holds the ring next to the carousel. I was up on a stool when...
Hi, sister.
Oh.
Hey, you dropped all the rings.
I didn't hear you.
I'm a very quiet walker. I better give you a hand getting the rings together.
You don't have to bother.
Oh, no bother at all. Say, that's funny.
What is?
There's a brass ring among them.
Well, what's funny about that?
I thought I got the only brass ring last night.
We have more than one brass ring.
What are you getting excited about?
I'm not getting excited, but I wish you'd get out of here.
And what do you do for excitement after the carousel's all closed up for the night?
Listen, I'm usually pretty tired. I go to bed.
It sounds dull. How about meeting me tonight?
Why are you asking me?
I like the way your eyes spark. Didn't I tell you?
Well, all right. But would you mind returning the brass ring?
What brass ring?
The one you had last night.
Oh, that. I don't have it.
What'd you do with it?
I must have lost it. What's so special about a brass ring?
Yeah, all through for the night, Janie.
All through?
Yeah, you're tired.
Little.
He's waiting for you, ain't he?
Who?
That's him standing over there, ain't it?
fellow who was here last night?
Yes, I guess it is.
Like him, don't you?
Maybe, I don't know.
Why don't he come over here in the light?
Joe, please.
All right, never mind, Janie. I guess he's all right, otherwise the police would have been after him. But be careful anyway, Janie. Be careful.
I watched Joe shuffle away, turned the lights out, and started walking to where Ben was waiting. Joe was right. The police would have. And then I remembered. He brought her to the carousel when no one else was around. No one had seen them together except Joe and me. No one had seen them leave except Joe and me. And the police hadn't asked us. Ben had a car, and we drove out of town in it. The night was soft and dark. And after a while, we got to a roadhouse where there was dancing. And we danced. And then the dancing was over. And we were back in the car, and I was very tired. And maybe happy. And then I noticed that we weren't going back on the same road. Ben.
Yeah?
Where are we going?
Back to town.
Well, this isn't the road we came out on.
So what? This is a nicer road.
What's nicer about it?
Less traffic.
Ben had said less traffic. But he was wrong. There was no traffic. Why are you stopping?
House. Over there.
I don't want to.
Why not?
Well...
Let's get out. You scared?
No. No, why should I be?
Then get out of the car.
Oh, all right. Is it, your house?
No.
Well, then...
It's all right. I got permission to visit.
Yes, but it's so dark.
I hear they got electric lights inside. Watch your step. After you.
No.
What's the idea?
Well, I'm... Listen, I'm afraid of the dark.
Well, why didn't you say so? See? Lights. Now will you come in?
All right.
Now, you stay right here. I gotta hunt up something.
Ben went down the hall and through a door at the end of it. The house was very still. I could hear the wind outside, but outside was very far away. I didn't know what Ben was doing, and I had to find out. I went down the hall quietly. He'd left the door open behind him. He was in the room beyond with the light on. It was the kitchen, and he had a drawer open. And maybe he heard me, because he turned for a minute, and there was something in his hand which glittered in the light. Something that was a knife. I ran back down the hallway, but it must have been the wrong way because I came to a door and opened it. And all I'd done was get into another room. A room with the moonlight coming through the window, just the moonlight. But strong enough to show me a girl. A red-headed girl in a cheap dress. A girl who should have been dead. And she was staring at me out of cold blue eyes.
Here, try to drink some of this.
Oh, no. What? No, don't. Please don't touch me.
Listen, sister, relax. I don't know what you were up to before, but the last thing you did was pass out in here.
Don't you know that was because she was staring at me?
She?
In the corner. Over there.
There's nobody else in the room, in the corner, or any other place.
Well, she was there.
Look for yourself.
I'm afraid. She isn't there, is she?
Nah. Now, suppose you tell me who she is.
I want to get out of here.
Well, listen.
I said I want to get out of here.
Okay. Let me give you a hand up. The way you're talking, somebody might think you'd seen a ghost.
Ben took me to the boarding house where the carnival people stayed. I said goodnight quickly and went inside and went to my room and got into bed and tried to sleep. It had started to rain, and that kept me awake for a while. The rain and the cold blue eyes of the girl. The girl in the cheap dress who died with a knife. And then I did fall asleep. That is, I think I fell asleep. And I dreamed. That is, it must have been a dream. It must have been a dream.
Hey, I didn't expect to see you out here in the middle of the night. What with the rain and all. That ain't healthy. You wondering what a bum like me is doing out here? Poking around the carousel? I tell you. I figured the carousel might be a good place to hide a knife. What you might call a used knife. I found it. Now, don't get excited. I ain't running to the cops. What have they ever done for me, eh? But you, I figure maybe you'd do something for me. Hey, where'd you disappear to? Now, listen. I can't say you, but you won't get away with anything. You started the merry-go-round. I'm getting off it. No, you stick behind me. Don't.
What's the matter, Jenny? Oh, Joe. John, it's nothing. Nothing. I just had a nightmare, that's all. It was just a nightmare. I'd forgotten it the next morning. The nightmare, whatever it had been about. I went out, noticing a patch of dried mud outside my bedroom door, but it didn't mean anything. The rain had left the air fresh and clean. It had also got onto some of the horses, and I wiped them down. And the floor of the carousel was muddy from the night before, I supposed. And between customers, I washed the mud off. Except at one place, where it wasn't mud, where it was a stain. A stain that could have been blood. It was busy that night. And the carousel never stopped. And the painted horses went around and around and around. And I kept thinking of the blood stain on the floor of the carousel, and I wanted to scream.
Hiya, Jenny.
Oh.
Don't look so frightened. I got a nickel. Here.
Oh, thanks.
Matter of fact, I got lots of nickels. You know what?
Please, Ben.
I'm going to stay on this carousel all night and pay for every ride. Unless I'm lucky and get that brass ring.
And he stayed for every ride. It got late. It got later and later. But Ben stayed on. Ben.
Yep.
This is going to be the last ride.
Oh, impossible. Besides, I didn't get the brass ring yet.
Well, it doesn't matter. I'll give you a nickel back. I'll give you all your nickels back.
No. I want a chance at the brass ring. Go get me one.
All right, I'll get you a brass ring. I went to the big supply house in the tent where we kept it, and I opened it. There wasn't very light inside the tent. But it was light enough to see the dirty little man lying curled up in a box. And the place where the knife was in it. The place where the blood on the carousel had come from.
Well, Janie?
I haven't got another brass ring.
Is that a fact?
That's a fact.
Yeah, I think I ought to call the cops.
The cops?
Sure. Every merry-go-round's supposed to have a brass ring. You're defrauding the public.
Oh, you're joking.
I've done better.
Well, I'll owe you a free ride. Some of the time, though.
Who knows when there'll be another time?
Joe, will you stop the carousel? Now, that's all, Ben.
Okay, sister. Good night. And, don't take any wooden rings.
He went away. Fairgrounds were dark now. And Ben had gone away. And I was alone, except for Joe and the painted horses. I was alone. And I was afraid.
Yeah, you young man, go off.
A young man?
A fella named Ben, you know who I mean.
He went off.
Why didn't you go with him?
Joe, will you leave me alone?
All right, Janie, no need for snapping at me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Somebody swiped the plumes off in one of the horses. I better get a new set out of the box.
No.
Huh?
I just meant not tonight. It's late and you must be tired.
Yeah, but the horse...
Please, Joe, will you forget about it for tonight?
Whenever you say, Janie. I'll go home, but...
Well, why'd you stop?
It ain't easy to see him in the shadows, Janie, but...
But what?
He's standing there. Looks like he's waiting.
Who's standing there?
That young fella, Ben. What's he waiting for?
Oh, well, it's a joke. He's waiting for a brass ring. I promised him one.
Did you?
Yes, of course, Joe. It'll be all right. Go on home.
All right. Good night, Janie.
Good night. Joe went into the darkness and was gone. But on the edge of the darkness, someone waited and didn't go. I went to the tent, to the supply box. The knife was still in the dirty little man. It wouldn't hurt him. And I needed that knife. So I got the knife. I closed the box again. The dirty little man might catch cold otherwise. And I was holding the knife in my hand when... What's that? I went out of the tent. Slowly. There was a wind outside. A cold wind that gnawed at my bones. And I shivered in the cold wind. And the lights on the carousel were up. And the painted horses were turning round and round and round. And on one of them, a girl was riding. A red-headed, blue-eyed girl in a cheap dress. I started toward the carousel. She had no right to be riding there. She hadn't paid a nickel. I could see her cold blue eyes staring and her red hair fluttering in the wind. And I was...
Take it easy.
Let go of me!
Listen.
I've got a knife, too!
Will you keep quiet?
I got it out of a dead man. And I'm not afraid anymore. She can't ride on my carousel. I won't let her. I won't. I won't.
Now, give me that knife.
It's funny. It's so funny. I sort of liked you. And now you're going to...
Janie.
Oh, but please be quick. Be quick, please.
Janie, did you know that Joe used to be married? That he thought his wife was two-timing him? That he stabbed her to death? And was committed to an asylum?
Joe?
He seemed to be all right. They released him.
Wait a minute. The dried mud outside my bedroom door. Joe was outside my bedroom door, which means that he was out in the rain. And the little man in the supply box.
The police had no proof. They knew it was either you or Joe. That's why the corpse was in that house last night. That's why...
Ben, look. Look at the carousel.
Joe. Stalking the girl.
He's got a knife in his hand. Oh, Ben, it's horrible. The two of them alone on the carousel. The insane old man.
Hey, come back,
and the dead
Junior.
girl.
Come back. I killed you for the liar you were. I killed you once, and you went away with your bright red hair and your lion blue eyes, and you come back, and I killed you again, and still you're here, and still I'm going to kill you, and kill you, and kill you.
They're moving in on him. The police. He's falling off the carousel. Look, Janie. He's got the brass ring. Clutched in his hand.
Well, that pretty much winds up the sad story of Joe, who went around in the wrong circles. Of course, he was a little careless with knives, but nobody can say that he ever stuck a friend. Well, while I go off for a last whirl on Cheney's merry-go-round, you might spare a thought for the red-headed girl riding that horse. You might say she was left at the ghost. Good night. Pleasant dreams.
Inner Sanctum was heard in the United States over...
Are you feeling the chills creeping up your spine? Stay tuned for more spine-tingling tales. But if you dare to experience real-life thrills, click on the link in the description. Prepare to be whisked away on a heart-pounding journey through the bustling streets of Rio de Janeiro's favelas. Experience the sights and sounds firsthand as an American driver navigates and narrates the vibrant chaos. Don't just listen to the scares, live them. Click the link below for an adrenaline rush like no other. But beware, what you see may haunt you forever.
Good evening, friends. This is your host to welcome you through the creaking door into the inner sanctum. Now remember, friends, there's one rule that you must follow when listening to this program. You're not allowed to talk or whisper, but if you scream, that's fine. Oh, I've just come back from the most deadly vacation I ever had. Went horseback riding with a headless horseman, swimming with a sea serpent, and golfing with a ghost. In the evening, I visited old friends who just moved into new graves. But here I am, home again, pale, unhealthy, and bloodthirsty.
Tonight's Inner Sanctum mystery, Honeymoon with Death, was written by Milton Lewis and stars Arlene Blackburn in the role of Joan with Mason Adams as Tony.
All right, friends. Turn the lights down low and keep in mind the fact that all events that happen on this program shouldn't happen to a dog. Of course, if you feel like twitching, go right ahead. We always say a twitch in time saves 9. Ready? Then listen as lovely young Joan Darby tells us her story in her own words.
It was at the end of one of the happiest days of my life. Perhaps the last day of happiness I'll ever know. When this car drove up and parked outside our cottage. At first I thought it was Tony, but then I noticed the man who got out was dressed like a cleric. And the woman with him was rather overdressed in a sporty way. In a moment, they were knocking at my door. And when I went to answer it...
Mrs. Darby?
I beg your pardon. There must be some mistake. I'm not Mrs. Darby.
Ellen, is she the young woman?
Yes, that's Mrs. Darby. There's no doubt about it.
I'm sorry, I don't think we've ever met.
We haven't, Mrs. Darby. But please don't try to deny your identity again. I really do know who you are. despite the name you're using here. You're the former Joan Kent, the present Mrs. Anthony Darby, am I right?
Yes, I am.
May we come in? We must see you.
Why?
It's about a matter of the utmost seriousness. One might say it's a matter of life and death. I'm speaking of your life or death, Mrs. Darby.
Oh, really?
Please don't argue. Let us in.
Just a moment. You'd better come back later when my husband's here, in an hour or so.
My dear, we knew your husband was away. That's why we purposely came at this time.
Do you mind telling me who you are?
This gentleman is the Reverend Lawrence Norwell, a retired clergyman and a friend of mine. I'm Mrs. Ellen Martin.
Why did you come here?
We came here to save you from being murdered.
Murdered?
I know that's a shocking thing to say, especially to a young woman on her honeymoon.
How'd you know that?
I suppose Tony selected this little cottage, so isolated, so far from the main road, so remote.
Well, yes, he did. What of it?
We'll come to that in a moment, my dear. Did your husband insist in his subtle way that you take along your jewelry and certain other valuables on this honeymoon trip?
I'm afraid I can't answer that.
You don't trust
No, I don't.
Ellen, perhaps you had better tell her your story.
Mrs. Darby, has your husband ever told you that he was married before?
No.
Well, he was. To me.
You?
Yes. He can be very charming when he wants to be, your Tony. I wasn't the first woman whose head he's turned, but I found out about him in time.
What did you find out?
That he was planning to murder me.
Mrs. Remartin and Reverend Norwell, will you please leave my house at once?
You love him very much, don't you?
Yes, I do love him. And I don't care to listen to any more vicious slander. If Tony is what you say he is, why didn't you go to the police?
I have gone to the police. But he's much too clever for them. They couldn't do a thing against him without evidence. And the evidence they need is a dead body.
Get out. Get out, both of you. Get out of here.
Ellen, the girl is becoming hysterical. I think we've done our duty. I think we'd better leave.
Will you go to the car, please? I want just one more word.
Yes? Oh.
Mrs. Darby.
Why must you prolong this?
I remain behind because I'm going to do something I know Reverend Norwell will never approve of. I'm going to give you these two things. On this piece of paper is my telephone number. I've rented a small house near here. In case you need help, please send for me. The second thing is this.
A gun.
I'm leaving it with you. It's fully loaded. You may need it.
I don't want it.
Don't be a fool. You may thank me for it someday soon.
Oh, please don't leave it here.
I know how you feel, my dear. I loved him, too. He's so very charming. Always so thoughtful. Always bringing little gifts. Has he given you antique jewels yet? Or has he brought you roses and recited the famous poem by Burns?
Why don't you leave? Why haven't you the decency to leave me alone?
Of course, my dear. I'm so sorry. Goodbye.
Joan? Joan, where are you? Joan?
What is it, Tony?
Well, what's the idea, darling? Why have you locked yourself in your room?
Just a moment. Tony.
Sweetheart, you look lovely. What have you been doing, taking a nap?
Yes, I was.
Well, you don't have to lock the door.
I was all alone here.
Oh, you poor darling, you're frightened. I'll try not to leave you alone again.
No, Tony, don't.
But, darling, I just wanted to kiss
you. Don't touch me.
Joan, what's wrong?
Oh, nothing. Nothing. I fell asleep. I had a bad dream. Tony.
Yes?
Why did you select this cottage to spend our honeymoon?
I thought that you'd like it. It's ideal for a honeymoon. There's no one around, just the two of us. Then there was another reason I hadn't told you about.
Another reason?
Well, it's a rather silly, romantic reason.
Really? Tell me.
They call this place the Enchanted Cottage.
Enchanted? How?
Well, it's very old, you know. And a legend says that once upon a time, long ago, a bride-to-be slept here. A girl of 16, almost a child. And on the following morning, she was to marry a man who was false to her.
What happened to her, Tony?
Well, during the night, she fell under the power of the spell that's been cast over this cottage. And this gentle child awoke, a child no longer. Overnight, she was changed into a hideous old demon, insane and vengeful, who murdered her lover and cast herself into the sea. And so now they say that only true lovers dare stay here. But we have nothing to worry about, do we, dear?
Tony.
Joan, why are you crying? I thought that story would amuse you.
I found it very amusing. An enchanted cottage. You're right, it is romantic, but, Tony, will you tell me this? Why'd you suggest I bring my jewelry to a place like this?
Well, I didn't plan to stay here more than a week or so. I thought we'd travel, perhaps go to Canada, perhaps even take a boat there for Europe. We'll go out. You'll want your jewels.
Why'd you use an assumed name for it?
Well, I told you I didn't want people to know that we're here. I didn't want any old friends or relatives dropping in on it. Darling, why all these questions? I love you. You surely must know that.
Oh, you must forgive me. I've been a foolish, silly girl who's had a bad dream, but now I'm awake. And I love you, too. Oh, Tony, I love you.
Joan, dear. Come with me, darling. I brought some gifts for you in town.
Gifts?
Yes, I know you have a feeling for old things, so when I saw this in an antique shop in town...
Oh, what a lovely old locket. Oh, it's perfect.
I'm glad you like it. After all, what do I know about antique jewelry?
Oh.
What's the matter?
Nothing. Nothing, just a chill. It gets so cold in here tonight. What's the other gift you brought me? Roses?
How did you know?
Where are they?
Here.
Oh, they're beautiful.
My love is like a red, red rose that's newly sprung in June. My love is like a melody that's sweetly played.
Stop it!
What?
Stop it!
Joan, what's the matter?
Don't come near me, don't! Stop it!
Joan, don't be afraid.
Oh, Tony. Tony, what happened to me?
You fainted, darling. I put you on the couch. I'm afraid you're not very well. Would you like me to get a doctor?
No. No, I'm not that ill. It's just my nerves.
Is it?
Yeah, I've been that way all my life. My doctor's given me a prescription. I didn't think I'd need it.
Shall I go to town and get it filled?
Yes, it's in my purse on the table.
Oh, yes, I've got it. Come, darling, I'd like you to go with me.
Oh, I don't think so. I'll do better to stay here and rest.
I don't like to leave you alone again.
Oh, don't worry. I'll be all right this time. Is there a druggist still open?
Yes, but I'd better hurry. He closes at 9, I think.
Well, then you'd better hurry and don't worry about me.
All right. Goodbye, darling.
Hello, operator. I want you to get a number for me quickly, please. Oh, wait, I had it here on a piece of paper. Where did I put it? Yes, it's here. Mrs. Martin answered and told me how to go to her home. It was only a short distance. I could walk it in less than half an hour. I had to speak to her again. Oh, I loved Tony, and I had to find out how much was hysterical suspicion, how much was truth. As I approached the house, I could see a dim light. I heard someone scream.
Tony! What are you doing here? Tony!
I ran forward. There was a window open. I could see Mrs. Martin in the far end of the room. On her face, an indescribable expression of terror. Somewhere in the shadows, a figure moved slowly toward her.
I didn't mean any harm, Tony. I just came here because I loved you. What are you doing with that cord? Help me, someone! He's going to kill me! He's going to murder me! Help! Help!
The lamp crashed to the floor as he seized her. I turned from that window and began to run wildly toward town. I wanted to reach the telephone, but there were no houses, no cars that passed. I was alone on the road with just a flashlight. I'd seen a murder committed before my eyes, and I knew then what would happen to me unless I reached the police, unless I found help. And then I saw a car coming down the road. I waved my light frantically to signal him. It seemed a miracle when the car pulled to the side of the road.
What's wrong there?
Thank heavens you stopped. You've got to help me.
Joan!
Tony!
What are you doing here?
I don't know. I went to look for Tony.
Get in the car, Joan.
Get him?
Yes, my dear. I'm afraid you're a very sick girl.
Sick? Perhaps I am ill, Tony.
Come, dear.
Yes. Where are we going?
Home. To our enchanted cottage.
We said nothing. Not a word to each other until we arrived at the cottage. I knew my life depended completely on my ability to maintain control of myself.
Come in, Joan.
I think I'll go to my room, Tony.
No. I want to know why you didn't stay here.
I can't explain it. I felt I just couldn't remain in this place any longer.
Why not?
I can't tell you. I've grown to hate it. I'm not very well.
Just what is wrong with you, Joan?
I thought I told you.
You didn't tell me that anything like this would happen. Has it happened before? This sudden hysterical running away, this blackout when someone asks you why you did it?
Yes, it happened before. While I was at college.
What did the doctor say then?
He told me to see a psychiatrist.
Did you?
Yes. Darling, I'm very tired. I really don't want to go on with this.
I'm afraid we'll have to. You see, I love you very much.
Love me?
Yes. I'm your husband. I have a right to know everything about you. What did the psychiatrist tell you?
Tony.
I insist upon knowing.
He said that there was nothing very much wrong. Except that I'd developed an abnormal sensitivity.
In what direction?
In every direction. He said that I'd be quite well when I got married, had children.
Really?
Yes, Tony. He said that I'd have difficulty in finding the right man, that I was much too clever for most men, that my tastes were a little too special to be easily satisfied.
I see.
Well, I waited. Finally, the right man did come along. Young, attractive, sensitive. A man who told me he adored me. I fell madly in love with him, Tony. So madly in love that it was the only thing that made any difference in my life. And then I married him.
Do you still love him, Joan?
Yes, I still love him. Even now.
Even now? What do you mean by that?
Oh, nothing.
You'd better tell me.
Let go of my wrist.
Tell me.
I found out why you married me.
What did you find out?
That everything you said was lies. That you're a complete fraud. No worse, that you're a murderer. That you brought me here to kill me.
You made a mistake, Joan.
Are you going to deny it?
No. But I didn't know that you knew about me. Now I'll have to come back here.
No.
You're not getting out of here.
When I opened my eyes, Tony was looking down at me. Strangely enough, for a moment I forgot who he was. Why he was staring at me. All I knew was that he looked so handsome.
You'd better sit up now.
What happened?
I knocked you out.
Why didn't you kill me while I was unconscious?
Because there was something I had to tell you.
You are going to kill me, though, aren't you?
Yes.
With that cord you have in your hand?
Yes.
When?
In a moment. I wasn't lying when I told you I loved you.
Oh, please, Tony. Please don't make it any worse. Don't try to make me believe you really cared.
But I did care. We could have been happy. It's true, I met you. I pursued you because I wanted your money. But then I fell in love for the first time in my life. How did you find out about me, Joan?
Why should you care about that now?
You're right. You're right. Why should I care? I know now that even though I may still love you, I can never trust you. And so, Joan,
Tony.
it will all be over very quickly if you don't struggle.
No.
Please,
No.
darling, I don't want to make it any more difficult than is necessary.
Please, Tony, you said you still love me. I'll do anything you want, anything. Tony, please. Please don't kill me. Suddenly the cord was around my neck and I felt it tightening. I couldn't breathe, I couldn't think. And I felt my finger touch the drawer of the table behind me. The gun Mrs. Remartin gave me. Of course, why didn't I remember about that before? I managed to open it. I felt the handle with my fingers. Tony was staring at my eyes as though hypnotized, but his arms, his fingers kept twisting the cord. And he did a very strange thing. He leaned toward me. He put his lips on mine. He kissed me.
Joan? Oh, Joan, I just wanted to tell you what...
For a moment, I was dizzy. I loosened the cord and looked down. Tony was dead. Then I noticed that something had fallen out of his pocket. It was a little bottle of medicine. The medicine I had sent him for. Lawrence?
Yes, my dear.
What happened?
Oh, it was very simple. She waited until the last moment, and then the dear girl killed him with the gun you gave her. I didn't think she'd have the courage, really. A little slip of a girl like her.
Did you watch from the window?
Yes. Immediately after she killed him, she picked up a little bottle that had fallen out of his pocket, and then she rushed out of the house. I suspect she ran off to give herself up to the police or kill herself or something. When the house was empty, I simply went in, found her jewels, and here I am.
Let me see the jewels.
Here you are, my dear.
It turned out much better than I thought it would.
So it seems. Without being too vain, I did think I made an admirable clergyman.
Yes. You were quite handsome.
Thank you. And while we're trading compliments, let me congratulate you on your death. Your demise was superb, Ellen.
Thank you.
Oh, what's wrong?
Well, if you must know, it's Tony.
Now, darling, I know you were fond of the boy.
I loved him. He was charming.
He's dead now, and he deserves it. He would have led the three of us to the chair eventually. He was really mad about this girl, and he couldn't be trusted at all.
I suppose you're right.
He had to go. He had enough on the two of us to make us quite uncomfortable. I think we'd better leave now.
All right. I'll go close the back door. Put that gun down. You little fool.
Ellen! Ellen, what happened?
Don't move. Stay just where you are.
Mrs. Darby.
Yes. Mrs. Darby.
You killed her.
Yes, I killed her.
Did you hear what...
Yes, I heard everything.
Do you mind telling me why you came here?
To kill you.
Oh, now, really?
I never thought I'd have the courage to murder another human being.
Frankly, I shared that opinion of you myself.
But strange things can happen in a cottage that has a magic spell cast over it.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about a 16-year-old girl who changed overnight into a hideous old demon who murdered her lover and cast herself into the sea.
Oh, you're mad.
You both deliberately murdered Tony because he loved me.
Well, after all, a man in love can't be trusted. He's not quite sane.
And neither is a woman who's in love.
Now, don't lose your head. Oh. Well, what did you say before? A hideous old demon? That's what you are.
I made quite certain that he was dead. And I went to the telephone and called the police. And I killed my husband, of course. It was in self-defense. And then when I saw the bottle of medicine, I realized that he couldn't have murdered Mrs. Remartin. He was in town at the time. I realized I'd been tricked. The murder of Mrs. Remartin was deliberate. So was that of her friend, the gentleman who posed as the Reverend Norwell. In telling this story for the police records, I'm making no defense of my actions. But it may be true that perhaps I was insane when I committed the last 2 murders.
Are you feeling the chills creeping up your spine? Stay tuned for more spine-tingling tales. But if you dare to experience real-life thrills, click on the link in the description. Prepare to be whisked away on a heart-pounding journey through the bustling streets of Rio de Janeiro's favelas. Experience the sights and sounds firsthand as an American driver navigates and narrates the vibrant chaos. Don't just listen to the scares, live them. Click the link below for an adrenaline rush like no other. But beware, what you see may haunt you forever.
Good evening, friends. This is your host to welcome you through the creaking door into the inner sanctum. Friends, just as you do, we're dressing up our little hovel for the coming winter season. Of course, the color scheme will still be completely black, with blood-red splotches here and there to relieve the grimness. And I'm putting in a new hearth made out of an old tombstone. It has a little inscription that reads, "Here lies Lizzie Liddow, a proud and self-made widow, who bright and early one fine day sliced her husband's head away. She'd caught the culprit with a wench and won acquittal from the bench."
Tonight's Inner Sanctum mystery, Night is My Shroud, was written by Milton Lewis and stars Kenneth Lynch in the role of Danny with Ann Shepard as Baby.
All right, friends. Sit back and collapse. Relax. Our story's about to begin. Now, just try to remember that none of the things you hear in our stories can happen to you more than once. Ready now? Then turn the lights down low as we hear Danny Manton tell us a strange story.
I expected any second I was going to hear a knock on the door. I knew if I opened it, Chigger would come in and kill Baby and kill me. And Chigger wouldn't kill fast. He'd take his time. You know how Chigger is. So we stayed in that crummy hotel for 5 days, afraid to go out because maybe somebody would see us and tell Chigger. Yeah, 5 days. No sleep. Too scared to eat. Nothing except the rotten coffee they sent up. Just me and Baby.
I can't take it anymore, Danny.
What's the matter?
What do you think's the matter? I'm getting out of here.
Sit down.
I don't care what happens no more. Even if Chigger kills me. I'm beginning to hear things in my head. I'm seeing things that ain't there.
Shut up.
No. It ain't right for a wife to walk out, I know, but Oh, Danny.
You're soft. I always knew you was soft. Mush. But you ain't walking out on me.
How long do you think we can stay here?
I'm staying until I get a call that the coast is clear.
That's what you've been telling me, but you don't get that call. Maybe you'll never get it.
Stop crying.
I can't stop.
Shut up. I think I hear somebody outside our door.
Chigger.
Shh. You hear that?
Yeah.
Somebody walking up and down.
Danny.
Skip it.
It's your own footsteps you hear.
Huh?
Don't
you see what's happening? You're jumping out of your skin when you hear your own shoes make a noise.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe you're right.
Danny, look. Look, let's get out of here. You said when we welched that 500 from Chigger here that we'd go away and we'd work out some dance routines. Let's grab a train, Danny. We'll take our chances with Chigger. We'll go to South America, Mexico, any place. We'll work up a few numbers. Vaudeville's coming back all over again. They're even booking acts in the palace again. We'll make dough, Danny. We'll pay back Chigger and be in the clear. What do you say?
There was something queer about them footsteps.
A footstep? Danny, didn't you hear what I said?
Stop talking.
You crazy. What are you banging on the wall for?
You hear that?
Yeah. Somebody knocked back. Where'd it come from?
The next room, I think.
Why did it...
Let me try something else. Let me try a dance step.
You think they'll hear?
Quiet.
Danny.
That can't be Chigger. He could never do that.
Maybe it's a killer Chigger sent.
Why should he tell me he's next door? I'm going to do a step that nobody else in the business can do except me. Let's see what happens. Do that if you can.
What does it mean, Danny?
Someone's calling me. Someone wants to see me. Someone in the next room.
Who?
I ain't sure. But a magician in Denver once told me that when you hear something like this happen, you I'm going in there.
No, Danny,
Let
don't.
go of me.
Danny!
There was no one in the hall. I tried the door of the room on the right of mine. It was open. I went in. At first, I didn't see anything. It was black. Only the dim light coming up from the street. My eyes got used to it. Then I saw him. Standing in front of the window, he looked like me. Only he looked like I always thought I'd look when I'd be dead. That's the way the magician in Denver said it would be. A guy to spit an image of you. I was scared stiff. I yelled, "What do you want?"
What do you want?
I know who you are.
Who you are?
You ain't alive.
You ain't alive.
If I gotta live, just give me a break.
Give me a break.
Come here.
Here.
I'll grab
you.
I reached for him, but he stepped backwards right through the window and disappeared. I looked down to the street. Nothing there but some broken glass. I knew I wouldn't see anything. From what that magician in Denver told me, it could only mean two things. Either my number was up, or my luck had changed.
Danny.
Okay, baby, pack your clothes. We're getting out of here.
Danny.
What's the matter? What are you looking at me like that for? I ain't scared of Chigger now.
Oh, Danny.
What? Chigger. Chigger, where is he?
He's in the closet. That's what I tried to tell you. He came in while you was in that other room.
Shut up and don't move, Danny.
You look just like a statue, except for the sweat dripping over your eyes. That's how I like to see you, Danny. Still. Very still.
Chigger, that gun.
Ain't you gonna say hello to me, Danny?
Hello, Chigger.
Chigger, you can't do it. You ain't gonna do it. Not to Danny.
No, baby. Get away from him.
No.
Do what he says.
No, but Danny.
Please.
No.
Knock her down. Get away. Go on.
Baby.
No, Danny, I want to stay with you.
That's better.
How'd you find out I was here?
The manager, he's a friend of mine. He told me 5 days ago. Where's the 5 C's you took from me?
Oh. Here.
Yeah, thank you.
Now you got the money. Why not call everything square, huh? After all, you got back your dough.
It ain't the money, Danny. You worked for me. You know about me. And I know about you. I know I can't trust you. Never again.
I'll never tell what I know.
Nah, you won't tell.
What are you going to do?
Have some fun.
They tell me you was a dancer once. Dance for me, Danny.
No, Now, listen, don't stall it, Chigger. Let me have it right away.
Dance. Go ahead.
Sure.
Yeah, your hubby's pretty good, baby. You love him?
Yeah.
That's fine. So for your sake, I'll do you a favor. I'll polish him off fast right now while he's dancing. That one missed. But these won't.
Danny, he missed. He can't hit you.
It's empty. That one should have got you.
They won't get me, Chigger. Something's happened to me. You can't kill me.
Oh, I done it with my hands before. Oh.
Chigger.
Oh, that pain.
Chigger.
My chest.
He just grabbed his chest. Keeled over.
He's dead.
No. He may be
He's dead. Go ahead, see. He's dead.
Yeah. He's dead. But how?
How? How do you think, baby?
I don't know. He was alive a minute ago, and then... Danny, the room next door, what happened in that room? You were talking crazy when you came out.
Maybe it wasn't so crazy as you thought.
What'd you see in there? What happened?
You wouldn't understand it. But I want to know one thing. Did you tell Chigger I was here?
What are you saying?
You heard me?
No, how could I tell him he was with me all the time? Danny, let go of me.
You could have called him up.
Danny, what's the matter with you?
He wanted to let you live while he was going to kill me. You could have made a deal with him.
How can you say that? Danny, you're out of your head. You don't trust anybody.
No, I don't trust dames anymore. Did you call him? That's what I want to know.
No, I didn't.
I'll find out if you're lying. You better be telling the truth. You saw what happened to Chigger. The same thing could happen to you. You can die just like that if I want you to. You know that's true now, don't you?
Yeah. It's true. I seen it.
I'm going out. I want you to meet me later at our apartment.
Where are you going, Danny?
Where do you think? There's an old score I've got to settle, baby. I think you know who it is.
Danny, no. No, you mustn't.
Baby's face was scared like a kid's when I walked out. She's seen what I could do. You don't believe it, mister? I didn't believe it myself until I saw it happen. Chigger died because at that minute I wished he was dead. That magician in Denver told me it could happen like that, and it did. Baby knew where I was going. She knew who I wanted to see. I told her because I wanted to find out just how much I could trust Baby. I had life and death in my hands. Anybody's life or death. I could kill just by thinking about it. Yes, mister, I've still got that power. I can kill you right this second if I want to. It was the queerest thing walking through the streets that night. I seen men, women pass me by. They didn't know it, but just like that, I could have killed them. They didn't know how close they were to dying. They didn't know that the guy they passed on the street had more power than any man on earth. But I was going to use my power on someone who deserved it. On Queenie.
Oh, hello, baby. Queenie, are you alone?
Yeah, come in.
Lock the door.
Why?
Lock it, please. I don't want him to come here. If he finds us together, he'll kill me. He'll kill us both.
Who? What are you talking about?
I'm talking about Danny. He's coming here to murder you.
Oh, now listen.
Lock the door.
All right. Look, baby, when you called up, you said you had something important to see me about. Now, if you're going out of your head, I just want to remind you I'm not running any lunatic asylum.
Don't you worry. I'm not crazy. Maybe I'm a little wacky for trying to help you. But I just couldn't see even you get killed without having a chance to save yourself.
Are you really afraid Danny's going to kill me?
I know he is.
That's a laugh.
You wouldn't think it's so funny if you seen how he murdered Chigger.
Danny?
Yeah? And he did it without a gun, without a knife, without his hands. He did it with just his mind.
What are you trying to tell?
I'm telling you to get out of here as fast as you can, to get away where Danny will never find you.
What kind of a gag is this?
Queenie, I'm risking my life by coming here and telling you this. Something queer, something supernatural happened with Danny tonight, and he's got this power.
Listen, you better go see a head
Don't try
doctor.
to explain to her, baby. She won't believe you.
It isn't old Mr. Big himself. How'd you get in here, Danny?
Over the roof and onto your terrace.
Did you hear?
Yeah, I heard everything you told her, baby.
Danny.
Seems that I can't trust you with a secret, can I?
I didn't want her to die. I didn't want her to die the way Chigger did.
You're a sweet kid, baby, but you're an awful dope.
Don't get sore,
But
Danny.
I am sore. I told you what would happen to any dame that would double-cross me.
Don't kill me. You must.
He can't kill you.
Oh, Queenie, would you like to see how it's done?
Yes, I'd like to see how it's done. I'll call your bluff.
Sure. Watch.
Danny.
No use pleading, baby. I know what you are now.
Danny, honest, you don't understand. I just warned her because I love you. I didn't want you to get into trouble.
You tipped off Chigger because you didn't want me to get in trouble, too. You told him where to find me because you loved me.
I didn't tell him where you were, honest. Danny,
Good a liar as you were, Queenie. But maybe I'm wise to her because I didn't love her as much as I loved you.
Thought you were going to kill her. I'm still waiting.
You won't have to wait long.
Oh, Danny, stay back.
No
Danny,
use, baby.
Look out, baby. You're backing out to the terrace.
Danny, don't come any closer. I won't tell anyone ever.
Too late.
Baby, come back here.
Danny, let me live.
You've always been soft, mush.
Come back.
I can't. I'm falling.
Still think I'm bluffing, Queenie?
She fell off of the terrace. Quite an act. How'd you do it?
Would you like to find out?
Gonna pull the same act on me?
That's what I came here for.
Then why are you waiting?
Maybe because it's the first time I've seen you in years.
How do you think I look?
Beautiful. You're still the most beautiful woman I ever knew.
Maybe you ought to think of that before
I murder you?
I've always loved you, Danny.
You're kidding.
Give me a chance to prove it.
A chance?
You gave Baby a chance. You didn't do anything to her. You were sure she double-crossed you. Why don't you give me the same chance? Maybe if you found out how much I love you, you wouldn't want to kill me. You might want to take me in your arms again. Give me a chance.
Why not? You got your car downstairs?
Yeah?
Now let's get out of here.
Why?
When they find Baby, they'll be coming up to ask questions.
Why don't you say something, Danny? You haven't said a word since we left.
I've been thinking things over.
What thing?
All the things that happened between you and me.
Why'd you stop?
Because this is a good place to stop. Nice, quiet street, no houses. On a block like this, you could scream and scream, and no one would hear you.
Danny.
Giving you your chance, Queenie?
I know what you mean. You're wondering why I left you, why I broke up the act.
Yes, Queenie. You never did tell me why.
Well, I know you thought that agent was in love with me, but I left you in Denver and went to New York because he really did have this job for me. I made a hit in that show. That's how I got my start. I did it for you.
For me?
You know what was happening to vaudeville. You know what was happening to our act. Broadway was the only place we could make a living. We couldn't go on starving. Just as soon as I got the job, I tried to send for you.
Did you?
Sure, but I could never find you. I tried, but you disappeared.
You didn't try hard enough. All our friends knew where I was. And I tried to get in touch with you. You wouldn't even answer my letters.
You're the only one I love, Danny. I don't care if you kill me. I'm just happy to be close to you. Just to be near you again. I'll put my arms around you. Be able to kiss you again. I love you, Danny.
Too late, Queenie.
Too late.
Yes. You're going to die.
When'll it happen?
Any second.
Can you stop it?
No?
Well, I'm waiting. Why don't it happen? I don't feel anything. No pains, nothing.
It will happen.
What?
Yes. Just a minute. I want you to die. And you will die.
Well, seems I'm very much alive.
I don't know. What happened?
I do. You're out of your head. That's what's the matter with you. You never did have much of a brain anyway. With no accident, you ended up as one of Chigger's boys. You couldn't even dance any good.
Queenie.
I only hooked up with you because I was starving and I never did love you, not for 2 cents. I couldn't stand the sight of you. There's a cab coming down the street. Now I'm getting out of here. If you ever bother me again, I'll have you sent to the movie hatch.
She stepped out of the car and walked into the gutter. At that minute, I thought maybe she was right. Maybe I was imagining things. Maybe I didn't have this power. I saw her lift her hand to hail the cab, and then... The cab kept going. I got out. Looked at her just to make sure. She was dead, all right. My power didn't fail. So then I checked in at this hotel and sent for you.
Why'd you pick on me, Danny?
Because you're a reporter.
What's that got to do with it?
Sometimes I think this never happened. Sometimes I think I dreamed up the whole thing. I want you to check up on it for me. I couldn't ask the police to do it.
I get it. Now, who's this guy you heard in the next room, the one who gave you this so-called power?
The magician in Denver said this is what they call a doppelganger. It's a kind of devil that has evil powers.
Well, couldn't you have just seen yourself reflected in that window?
No. What I'm telling you is true. Here's the names and addresses so you can check it. If it wasn't true, do you think I'd be here like this? Don't you see what's happening to me? I'm so scared I can hardly breathe. Don't you see that any second I might do something everybody does in their life? I might wish I was dead, and then what I'm telling you is absolutely true.
Okay, Danny. Maybe it is. You don't have to bang on the table.
Did you hear that?
Yeah.
Listen.
Will he reply?
He's in the next room. He wants me. I've got to go.
No, wait a moment, Danny.
Goodbye.
I waited there for a moment after Danny left. I heard nothing. And then... I ran to the room next door. Danny was dead. There wasn't a mark on him. I checked Danny's story from beginning to end. Baby was in the morgue. Listed as jumped or fell from Queenie's penthouse. Queenie was found by the cops in the street where Danny left her. We found Chigger in the hotel room, dead. The immediate cause of his death was marked unknown. The same with Danny. Maybe he was half-cracked. Maybe his talking about it suggested it to my mind, but I'll never forget the sound of that rapping coming from that empty room.
Of course, Danny wasn't really mad. Such things happen to anyone who's a little off the beam. And who isn't? By the way, if you ever try to strike up a conversation with a lovely ghost, don't get sore if she gives you an empty stare. She can't help giving you the ghoul shoulder. Which brings us to the moral of tonight's story. Never drop dead when your friends tell you to. That's how friendships break up.
States over CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System, and has been rebroadcast for servicemen and women overseas. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Are you feeling the chills creeping up your spine? Stay tuned for more spine-tingling tales. But if you dare to experience real-life thrills, click on the link in the description. Prepare to be whisked away on a heart-pounding journey through the bustling streets of Rio de Janeiro's favelas. Experience the sights and sounds firsthand as an American driver navigates and narrates the vibrant chaos. Don't just listen to the scares, live them. Click the link below for an adrenaline rush like no other. But beware, what you see may haunt you forever.
Good evening, friends. This is your host to welcome you through the creaking door into the inner sanctum. Come in, come in. I just came in from a bang-up fashion show. Styles guaranteed to kill you. See them and you'll never forget them. You'll talk about them day and night, man. Oh, they're wonderful. For instance, one bold fellow wore his head at a slant. Another parked his face on the piano before modeling. Said his face always stole the show. A third wild man, displaying the newest in zombie zoot suits, got into his trousers by pulling them over his head. Poor chap strangled to death. But nobody minded. No, they couldn't if they wanted to. In order to mind, you've got to have one.
Tonight's Inner Sanctum Mystery, Wish to Kill, was written by John Robert and stars Carl Swenson, the role of John, with Miss Leslie Woods as Celeste.
Okay. Get your forks ready. Your pitchforks, that is. Have you ever wished for someone's death? Lacking the nerve to kill, you wished it with every ounce of you. And dreamed it, too. A dream such as this. John Kellam's dream.
She sleeps with a yellow pallor in her cheeks, yellow greed on her face, within reach of my hands. I get up and stand over her. Celeste, the person I hate. I touch her, to waken her. I want her to wake up, to feel her, to witness her own death. Celeste. Wake up, Celeste.
John? John?
You look at me as if I'm a stranger.
Well, your face, it's... John, what are you up to?
This.
A knife.
To cut the knot that binds...
John, you're insane.
To cut it. John, But it was just a coward's improbable dream, the tortured wish of a helpless man. The wish for her death floods my mind. I wish it with every ounce of me. I can think of nothing else. Nothing else. We motored to the country, and the hum of the car is a single word throbbing in my brain. Murder, 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 murder.
John, I had a dream last night. Frightening dream. Woke me up. After that, I couldn't sleep all night.
What was your dream about?
Well, someone was hovering over me. I was about to die at the point of a knife.
Who was hovering over you?
I don't know. I tried to identify him, but his features were blurred and kind of unclear, and I... Now, who would want to murder me? Could someone wish my death?
You could.
I could want my own death?
Yes.
Well, now you're either teasing or you're being absurd.
Neither.
But why should I want my own death?
Self-dislike. Your own rottenness sickens you. Your own crimes shock and appall you.
My own rottenness? And crimes? What crimes?
Your crime against me. I'm a middle-aged man and you're young. Marriage was to be an equal partnership into which you brought youth and beauty and I wisdom and money. That was our understanding. But you cheated me. You brought nothing to me. You made a joke of my wisdom. You want only my money. The wish to kill was pushing me relentlessly now. Pushing me.
Just where are we driving, John? Do you know that we lost the highway at least 3 miles back?
The throb in my brain was a fever. Murder, 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 murder. My hand found a car tool. It was there conveniently behind me as if I'd planned it to be there like that.
Why are we stopping?
To settle something forever. Now get out.
A tire wrench. Oh, John, you wouldn't dare.
Get out.
But...
Walk into the pine grove in front of me. It's useless to run or scream. There's no place to run to and nobody to hear you scream. I didn't choose this spot accidentally.
Obviously not. And I didn't just come along with you idly either, John.
You didn't just come along.
Well, look. See for yourself.
You're armed.
And I'm an expert shot.
Ow, my hand!
You're not hurt. I shot at your tire wrench just to disarm you. You're not much of a killer this time either, are you, John?
This time?
That dream that awakened me last night. I woke up to find a knife on the bed covering. A knife, John. As if a killer had lost his nerve at the last moment.
You're going to expose me?
And how I am. The minute we get back to town, I'm going to tell the world that you're criminally insane. And I will see to it that you're put where you belong. In an asylum.
I'd sprung my own trap. And then suddenly it happened. My wish that she'd die then, right before me, produced its agent. A man appeared, an armed bandit, came out of the pine grove, as if I had willed him.
John!
Okay, lady, get those rocks off your fingers and climb out of that fur coat. You, mister, pass me your wallet.
He hadn't seen Celeste's gun, hidden in the folds of her coat as she removed it slowly. Not expecting it, the robber hadn't seen it. I watched Celeste, tense, gathering courage.
My coat? Here.
Why, you...
Oh, John!
Celeste! Her shot had gone wild, but not the bandit. Celeste was on the ground, a shadowed figure, still as death, in the first gloom of twilight.
That crazy dame pulling a gun on me like that?
Was she so quiet, so dead?
Yeah, bullseye for me. Now pull those rings off her fingers and give them to me. Come on, don't stand around staring at me.
I wished you, and you came agent to my wish. I murdered Celeste through you.
Okay, so you wished. Now grab a hold and help me dump our victim.
We carried her into the pine grove. The bandit led the way, surely as if following a prearranged blueprint in his mind. And we stopped at a pond. We almost walked into it when he ordered a halt.
Far enough. We'll give your missus a whole lily pond all to herself.
We held her so solemnly for an instant. And in that instant, I could feel the world tremble under my feet.
Okay. Heave.
Celeste!
You're divorced now, mister. Like the lady enough to remarry her?
Huh? I don't understand.
You better like her enough to, seeing that you're about to join up with her for good.
You're going to murder me?
Just shut you up.
No, I won't ever betray you. I swear I never will. I wanted her dead.
And I want you dead.
In the gloom, I couldn't see the gun leveled at me, but I could feel it like a live thing throbbing against me. Again, I could feel the world tremble under my feet like a rumbling earthquake erupting and hurling me through space. I ran.
Run and you'll make dying a lot tougher for yourself.
2 shots had misfired in the gloom. I was untouched, whirling into deeper space. I outran the third shot. The knife was my shield, my armor against death. I lay face downward in the pine bed while time stopped, listening to the bandit firing random shots into the woods. as he slowly gave up the pursuit. Soon, for a long time, there were no sounds, no rustling in the thickets, no shots. My mind was an adding machine, totaling the column of numbers. 5 bullets. And the one that had killed Celeste, 6. He fired 6 bullets. And now there were no more. I'd won. I'd saved my life. I'd won. But then, when the darkness emptied silently into the ghostly gray of dawn, I saw her, Celeste, specter of death in a wet dress that dripped like great beads of tears falling. She was standing over me. Celeste.
You're safe, John. He's gone away. You don't have to hide anymore. We can go home now.
We? You say we?
We can go home now.
No, not together. Never together anymore.
Come, John.
Never together. Never anymore.
Come, John. Come home, John.
Alone. I'll go alone. You're dead. You're at the bottom of the pond. Dead. You hear that? I left the pine woods and went home alone. The imagination plays tricks. Celeste was dead forever in a watery grave, but the imagination plays tricks. Entering my house in the white glare of a new day, there were sounds in the living room, familiar morning sounds. Radio music from Celeste's favorite station, the station she tuned in while she had her breakfast. I'd been gone all night. Who had tuned in that program? And then another thing. Swimming in my vision, catching at my throat. A coat flung carelessly over a chair. Celeste's coat. The mink she'd worn to her murder. And then in the kitchen, one more thing. A coffee pot on a lighted stove, hissing. The doorbell. The back door to the yard. Mrs. Oglesby. An old lady with no life of her own, only everybody else's. Our neighbor next door.
Good morning, Mr. Kellum.
Mrs. Oglesby?
Come to give back the sugar I borrowed this morning. And thank Mrs. Kellum for me.
Yes, The sugar you borrowed this morning?
Well, that's what I said.
Borrowed from whom?
Miss Kellum, of course. Now, ain't that a peculiar question?
You're certain you borrowed it this morning?
I am. Are you trying to mix me up now?
You're an elderly woman. You do nothing but stare out of windows and live other people's lives. You have no life, no sense of time. Today could be yesterday, and yesterday could be last week or last month. Now get out of here with your old wives' tale.
Well, I never...
She scurried off. And then, staring after her into the yard, something suddenly held me. A clothesline of wash. And there in the center of the line, limp and dripping great beads of tears as I'd seen it standing over me in the pine woods, was the dress, red silk with gold brocade, the same dress Celeste had been murdered in, and her body cast into the lily pond. I went back to the scene of murder. At the scene, there was a sign that I hadn't noticed yesterday. A large construction sign fringing the neck of the pine grove. A sign that read Harristown, now building. The Seymour Harris Construction Company. There was a fleet of trucks and cranes and men, and scores of men. An iron bulldozer shearing through the pine trees, leveling them. And I called to a man holding an engineer's construction plan. You, over there, engineer.
Yes?
What's going on?
Read the sign.
Yeah, I know. But those bulldozers, You intend leveling the whole Pine Grove?
Yeah, me too. Goes back less than a quarter mile. Just a day or so's work for those bulldozers.
It's a funny, out-of-the-way place for a housing development.
Well, land's cheaper, for one thing.
Well, it's spotted with stagnant pools, mosquito-infested.
Spotted? You don't know the Pine Grove, mister. There's just one pond, shallow lily pond in there. We'll get that drained and leveled off with fill in a jiffy. Hey, you sound like you hate to see those pine woods go. What, are you sentimental about them or something?
Yes, I'm sentimental. Drained in a jiffy. Machines were going to dry up the lily pond and expose a corpse. At nightfall, when the bulldozers sat quietly like great iron ghosts and the men were gone, I stole into the Pine Grove to grapple for Celeste. Shallow, the engineer had said. Well, it was. The reeking pond left its filmy waist just below my shoulder. I covered the bottom inch for inch, and then over again, waiting for the numbing moment of horror when death and my bare feet would touch. Inch for inch, slowly, lengthwise, and across, hour on hour. The numbing moment of horror never came. My feet didn't touch death. Celeste wasn't there. Celeste wasn't underfoot. But standing over me on the bank with the moon lighting one half of her face. Specter of death in a wet dress that clung tightly. The dress, red silk and gold brocade. The dress that hung limply from the yard clothesline.
You don't need to look anymore, John.
Are you dead, Celeste?
You don't need to look anymore. We can go home now.
Celeste, please, while I have a shred of sanity.
We can go home now.
Are you dead? Are you dead?
Come, John. We can go home now. Come,
Celeste! Celeste! I went home. Alone. Midnight. The lights are on brilliantly. I'd left the house in darkness and music. Radio music. The radio tuned in to Celeste's favorite evening station. And other things, old familiar things, nightly routines, my slippers and robe and pipe waiting and a table of snacks, cheeses, crackers, red wine set before the fireplace. Our nightly ritual, a midnight snack with a fire going. With the fire going? Fire wasn't going. Fire couldn't. The fireplace was bricked up, newly bricked with fresh cement. Fresh cement still moist to the touch.
Cement's still soft, huh?
You.
The killer himself. I looked up who you were. In your wallet, Mr. Killam.
The fireplace.
Out of commission from now on. Unless you want to answer to a murder charge, partner. You willed me, remember? You murdered your missus through me.
Well, then Celeste is?
Behind those bricks.
How?
I got a look at that construction sign last night and went back for the body. You were a day late catching on to the danger we were in when they got around to draining off that lily pond.
Not we.
We. Your missus is behind those bricks, so you'll always remember it's we down the line.
You murdered Celeste. I wanted her dead, but you murdered her. I have nothing to fear from the police.
Haven't you now? How do you think I happened to be up there at the Pine Grove at the right time?
What? How you happened? Should I know?
I'll remind you. You hired me to waylay you and your missus. The come on was all the jewelry she was going to wear, plus $1,000 I was going to find in your wallet. You don't remember?
No, I don't remember. Tell that to the police. Celeste isn't dead. Now, where'd you get that brainstorm? I saw her in the pine grove. Twice she spoke to me. You're crazy in the head. She's been here in this house preparing breakfast, setting out my slippers, robe, this table of snacks. I did all that, Kellum. I was having fun with you. Softening you up in the head so you'd go to the bank for me regularly and often. You did all that? That's right. No. Celeste lives. I hired you, yes, that much I believe, but you told Celeste. You joined with her. You joined her scheme to drive me insane, to steal my money. That's a nice idea. Too bad the lady is dead. No, she lives. You shot at her, but she didn't die. You missed deliberately. We dropped her in a shallow pond less than 5 feet deep that you could get up and steal out of in the darkness. You're as balmy as a bedbug. But we're going to do business. Cash on the line from now on. I had but one course now. One course only. I could have no safety, no life ever. Sooner or later, he'd kill me. Police department.
Kellum, you listening to me?
What, Sergeant?
You were smart about one thing.
Smarter? About what?
Hurry up there, man. You're not pulling down the Chinese wall. It's only a fireplace. About that hood and your wife working together. You hired the gunman, all right. And then he made a quiet deal with your wife. But, there's always a but.
But what?
Your wife got scared of her own scheme. With the gunman dominating the picture, it was getting out of control. Mrs. Kellum suddenly wanted to get out from under.
Huh? Well, how can you know that she wanted to get out?
I do know. You see, I was on my way here anyhow, just when you telephoned headquarters. You don't get it, huh?
No.
Your wife phoned in a complaint. She was on the phone with me personally not an hour ago. You tried to murder her, she swore, twice.
Then Celeste is alive?
That's no surprise to you. From what you told me, she's practically been keeping house for you, same as always. Sure, she's alive. Okay there, fellas.
Okay, Sergeant, we got it open.
Come on. Come take a look at nothing.
At nothing, Sergeant? Celeste.
Hey, what are you trying to... Well, knock me down. She is in there. A woman that phoned me only an hour ago was sealed up in a fireplace all that time.
Bricked up in the fireplace. You know, that's really doing your all to keep the home fires burning. Celeste was simply crazy about housekeeping. Imagine getting up out of your grave to wash dishes. Let's sum up the domestic life of the Kellums in a limerick, shall we? There once was a cook named Celeste, whose cuisine met every test. She could toss up a dish that was simply delish. But hubby's goose was the dish she cooked best. Good night. Pleasant dreams.
Sanctum was heard in the United States over CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System, and has been rebroadcast for servicemen and women overseas. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Are you feeling the chills creeping up your spine? Stay tuned for more spine-tingling tales. But if you dare to experience real-life thrills, click on the link in the description. Prepare to be whisked away on a heart-pounding journey through the bustling streets of Rio de Janeiro's favelas. Experience the sights and sounds firsthand as an American driver navigates and narrates the vibrant chaos. Don't just listen to the scares, live them. Click the link below for an adrenaline rush like no other. But beware, what you see may haunt you forever.
Good evening, friends. This is your host to welcome you again through the creaking door into the inner sanctum. Come in, come in. I'm enjoying some winter sports with a couple of cold-blooded skates. Personally, I don't mind the low temperature anymore. That's because I wear a snow-foe storm coat. Keeps the cold spirits out. Yes, sir. Now I'm just a werewolf in a sheepskin-lined shroud. Oh, him? Now, that's our photographer, Artie. Yes, he just passed out while taking a picture from overexposure. Ready now for our excursion beyond the grave. Let me warn you, we're a bit crowded. You may not be able to get a round-trip ticket. We can accommodate you on the way out, but coming back, you'll have to double up with a corpse. The fog rolls in from the sea and begins to blanket the long, narrow island, which is joined to the Florida mainland by a bridge. In the lone house on the island, two men stand at the window, watching the mist develop into a thick gauze, obscuring the lights on the mainland.
Listen, the fog is getting worse. Look out there. It's covering everything like a disgusting, evil monster.
It'll lift by morning.
Morning. I may not be here by morning.
What the devil do you mean by that?
I mean, I may not be alive.
What are you talking?
Unless you help me. I asked you out here tonight because I was afraid to be alone.
But you said before that your sister-in-law, Carol, and her husband, what's his name, Everett, would be here.
Yes, Vincent, but you're my friend. You're my closest friend. For the past week, I had a feeling that death was coming here to the island. And then when the fog began to roll in from the sea, I knew it would be tonight.
Arthur, you're not making sense. You've got nothing to worry about. Except for being a little nervous, you're perfectly healthy.
You don't understand, Vincent. Valerie's come back.
Valerie?
Yes, she's here on the island.
For heaven's sake, Arthur, get hold of yourself.
She's here, out there, someplace in that fog.
That's impossible, and you know it. It's been 6 months since your wife Valerie drowned.
They never found her body. It was never washed up on shore.
A drowned body isn't always found.
She never went out on that boat.
Of course she did. It was all settled at the coroner's inquest.
No, there were some things that were never settled.
What do you mean by that?
You know Valerie. You know how strange and moody she was.
Well, a great many people are moody.
No. Not like Valerie was. She would prowl this island at night with that cat of hers always following. Everywhere she went, that cat would be with her. And on foggy nights, they'd be gone for hours.
Well, that still doesn't prove that Valerie wasn't on that boat.
Of course it does. Don't you understand? Cats hate water. I begged her many times to go out fishing with me. She'd never step foot in a boat.
Look, this is all just your imagination working overtime.
Oh, Vincent, she's come back to kill me. She hated me. From the day we were married, she hated me. On her wedding night, she flew into a rage. She scratched me. Her hand was like a claw, like a cat's claw. And now she's come back to kill me.
You better stop talking that kind of...
The cat disappeared the night Valerie did.
Well, of course it did. It drowned with her.
No. The cat's come back to the island. I heard it at night.
What you heard was probably a stray cat that wandered onto the island across the bridge.
What?
Now...
I'll get it. Hello.
Arthur Cameron.
Yes, who's this?
Listen. You have 6 hours to live, Arthur. Just 6 more hours.
It was Valerie. She spoke to me.
What are you talking about?
And the cat was with her. She said I had 6 hours to live.
6 hours? Here, let me have that phone.
It's no use. She's hung up.
Oh, maybe we can trace the call. Hello? Hello, operator. Operator.
You're going to kill me. You've got to help.
Now, just take it easy, Arthur. I'll get the police in a minute. Hello, operator. Operator.
What's wrong? Why doesn't she answer?
I think I know why. I'm afraid the wires have been cut. Come on. I'm driving you to the mainland.
Can't you drive faster?
With the fog as thick as it is, Arthur, I'm going faster than I should.
But you've got to get me off the island.
The bridge is just ahead. We'll be on the mainland in a few minutes. Say, I just remembered something.
What?
You said that Valerie's sister Carol and her husband Everett would be out here to visit you tonight.
Yes, but we can't wait for them.
What time did they say they'd be here?
8:30.
Well, it's past that now. They should drive along this road any moment. Maybe we'll meet them and then we'll...
Why did you stop? We can't stay here.
The bridge. If I hadn't stopped quickly enough, we'd both have been killed. This end of the bridge has been washed out.
Vincent, please, let's go back into the house. She's somewhere near us in the fog here. I can feel her.
I'm not going in until I find out where that phone wire was cut. I'm going to splice it together again. It's our only chance of reaching the police.
It's 9 o'clock. An hour has gone by already. And if I'm not out of here by 2 o'clock...
What is it?
Look, you can see it through the fog. There's a strange yellow light down the road.
Hmm? Why, it's the headlight of a car coming this way.
A car?
Yeah, quick. Behind the house here and stay out of sight. It's turning into the driveway.
How could a car have come onto the island with that bridge washed out?
Be quiet. Somebody's getting out.
They're coming this way. What? It's Carol and Everett. Carol! Everett!
Arthur! What in the deuce are you doing out here in back of the house? You scared me.
Everett, I'm so glad you're here.
What's the matter, Arthur? You acted as
I'll tell you in a minute, but how did you get here?
Say, what's gotten into you?
How did you get on the island?
We drove over the bridge and up the shore road. How else can you get here?
But how could you drive over the bridge? It's been washed out.
Washed out?
I saw it with my own eyes, and Vincent saw it too, didn't you, Vincent?
I certainly did.
Oh, Vincent, I didn't know you were here.
Yes, Everett, and I'm glad I am.
Well, you two must be mistaken. Carol and I drove over that bridge less than 3 minutes ago.
3 minutes, huh?
Why do you say it that way?
Are you sure you haven't been on the island longer than that?
What does he mean?
Hanged if I know.
Some very strange things have been happening. Arthur's life has been threatened.
What?
It's true, by your sister Valerie.
Don't you two know that April Fool's Day is months away?
Joke on you want, Everett, but it's true. Even the telephone wire has been cut. Vincent, the telephone.
Yeah.
So the telephone wire's been cut, huh?
You better answer it, Arthur.
I'm almost afraid.
Come on, I'll go in with you. Hurry up.
All right. Hello?
Hello, Arthur.
Valerie?
We're here, Arthur. Listen. It's 9 o'clock, Arthur. You have 5 more hours to live.
This waiting, I can't stand it. Why don't the police come?
Now, take it easy, Arthur. They'll be here. We only phoned them a few minutes ago.
But something might happen before they get here. We can't just sit around waiting for them to arrive.
Of course, it would be difficult to find anybody out there in that fog. But we could look around until the police got here.
No, I'm not going out there. She's waiting for me.
Arthur, please try to understand. It couldn't be Valerie.
You don't know any of you. I can feel it. She's coming closer and closer every minute.
Arthur, you've got nothing to worry about. I've got this gun. And believe me, I won't hesitate to use it.
Vincent, I didn't know you were in the habit of carrying a gun.
I gave it to him, Everett, before you arrived.
What's the matter? Don't you trust me with a gun?
I really don't trust anyone with a gun. Carol, what is it?
Well, there was something outside the window. A sort of face.
Carol, please, now, don't you get started on this crazy nonsense.
No.
It's just a swirling fog.
No, I saw it. But now it's gone. I could make out the eyes. They were shining like the eyes of a...
Look out! She's here! She's coming for me!
Let's go, Everett. That came from the back of the house.
No, don't leave me here.
Carol, you go with Vincent. I'll stay with Arthur.
All right. Vincent! Vincent, wait!
Arthur, I stayed with you because I want to talk about Vincent. I think it was foolish of you to give him that gun.
Vincent's my friend. I trust him.
You shouldn't.
Why do you say that?
Don't you remember how he acted at the coroner's inquest? He testified against you time and again, very subtly,
to make them think you were responsible for Valerie's death.
You were wrong. Vincent would have no reason to do
No?
it.
He and Valerie were quite close before you came along, Arthur. Even after you came along.
That isn't true.
He even saw her the night she disappeared.
You don't know what you're saying.
At the inquest, he swore he wasn't on the island that night. But he was. And I can prove it. Here. Look at this.
A cigarette lighter.
Yes, with Vincent's initials on it. You can still see them through the rust.
Where did you get that lighter?
Carol and I found it in the water near the boathouse. I remember the day after Valerie disappeared, Vincent made a remark about losing his lighter. Now, do you still think he's such a friend?
Well, if what you say is true, you and Carol and I have got to stay together until the police get here.
You're sure they're on the way?
Yes, they told me on the phone it would take them less than 15 minutes to get here.
Well, it may not be safe for you to wait for them here. We'll go down to the bridge to meet them.
No, I'm not going out in that fog. She's there waiting for me.
Look, Arthur, you've got more to fear from Vincent than anyone.
But don't
come on before he returns.
All right. We'd better go out through the French windows.
Good idea. We'll stay close to the house until we get to the garage.
The fog is so thick, I can't see you.
I'm just on the edge of the gravel path.
Wait, what's wrong?
Arthur, stay where you are.
Where are you?
Something's out here near us.
Don't move.
It just brushed against me. Oh! Run! Run!
Here, kitty, kitty, kitty. Don't go away, kitty. We need you for a couple of more murders. Everett's dead, you know. That's what he gets for letting a black cat cross his throat. Say, how do you like that Valerie? She's some wife, huh? Nagging her husband right to the grave. The same one she's in. Well, Valerie's sore about that last phone call she made. The operator said to her, 5 cents for the next 5 murders, please. Now let's get back to our frightened friends on that Florida island.
She meant to kill me, Carol. She mistook Everett for me.
Arthur, please. How is he, Vincent?
He's dead.
Oh, no. Everett.
It's as if his throat was torn open by a wild animal.
I told you she was more animal than human. She and that cat, they were in here.
Carol, you'd better not touch the body.
Oh, leave me alone. You've done enough already.
What's that supposed to mean?
You know exactly what it means, Vincent. And when the police come, I'm going to tell them how you ran away from me out there in the fog.
I didn't run away from you. I thought you were behind me when I came back to the house.
You're lying.
Just a moment, Carol.
What is it?
The cigarette lighter that Everett had in his hand, it's missing.
What cigarette lighter?
You know the one I mean. The one that was found in the water near the boathouse.
I haven't the faintest idea of what you're talking about.
I have. Arthur, you'd better search him.
Now, look here.
If you're as innocent as you claim to be, Vincent, you shouldn't mind.
All right, then go ahead and search.
I will after I make this call.
Whom you calling?
The police. Can't understand why they haven't gotten here yet. It's almost 10 o'clock.
Hello.
Hello, operator. Will you please connect me with police headquarters and hurry?
Do you think you've been calling the police department all this time, Arthur?
Oh,
yes. Valerie. We're still here. It's 10 o'clock, Arthur. You have just 4 more hours.
Arthur, where's Vincent?
I just left him. Carol, did you know about him and Valerie?
Well, yes, Arthur.
Why didn't you tell me?
Well, I wanted to. But after all, she was my sister.
We'll have to get away from him.
Yes. Well, suppose we tell him that we're going for the police. He can't have any objection to that.
But suppose he wants to come with us in the car.
Well, somebody has to stay here with Everett's body.
Wouldn't you think it's safe to leave him here? If he killed Everett, he'll have a chance to destroy any evidence.
We can't help that. It's safer to leave him here than to take him with us. He still has that gun of yours.
That's right, I have.
Vincent.
Forgive me for disturbing you, too.
I thought you were supposed to be outside.
I was outside for a while. But I saw somebody moving around in the other room, so I came back. When I got to the other room, I found Everett's body missing.
What? Gone? Everett's body is gone?
Vincent, you were in that room before alone.
So was Carol after I left. Weren't you, Carol?
Oh, I don't remember. I may have been.
You were there alone, Carol. I remember.
Arthur, you walked with me to the front door. When I left the house, the body was still there. After that, I don't know what happened. But perhaps Carol does.
What are you driving at?
What do you think I'm driving
You
at?
mean that I did something with Everett's body?
Draw your own conclusions. I've drawn mine.
How dare you imply such things? I won't listen to another word of such talk. Not another word.
Well, Arthur, what do you think?
I don't know what to think. I'm going out of my mind. I don't know where to turn, who to trust.
You can trust me.
I wish I was sure that I could.
Oh, of course you can. Now, come here, Arthur. Don't you see? The one who hopes to kill you is trying to break you down first. Now, for your own sake, you mustn't give in. I don't know who's behind all this, but I do know this. It's all part of a plan to destroy you little by little. Don't you see that now?
Nothing makes sense.
Now, you listen to me, Arthur, and listen to me well, because there isn't a great deal of time left. We've got to get away from Carol while there's still time, while she's not here.
Why?
Can't you see she's trying to kill you?
No.
Yes, don't be a fool. Carol is the one who lied to you. She and Everett both. They intended to murder you, but in the darkness and the fog, Carol made a fatal mistake. She thought it was you she was killing, not Everett.
No, that was Valerie in the room. A human animal was there. You saw the claw marks on Everett's throat.
That could be accomplished with an iron claw. Valerie is dead.
What makes you so sure of that?
Because I know she's dead. They never drove across that bridge at 9 tonight. They've been here on the island all evening.
How do you know that?
I know that because we saw that bridge with our own eyes. And I saw it again just 10 minutes ago. It's still down.
You're just saying that.
Come on with me, Arthur, and you'll see for yourself.
No, you're trying to get me out of the house, out into that fog where Valerie...
Will you stop being an idiot? Here. Take this gun. That'll make you feel any better. Take it and hold it in my back while we're outside. Now, let's get away from Carol while there's still a chance.
All right. Give me the gun.
Yeah.
Now, keep in front of me all the time. And I'm warning you. If you make one false move, I'll kill you.
You see? Carol and Everett were lying to us. The bridge is still down.
You're right, Vincent. They couldn't have come across that bridge.
Of course not. The only trouble is we can't get back over it now either.
But we've got to get off this island somehow.
Wait a minute. I should have thought of it before. Your boat.
I sold the motorboat after the accident.
Well, what about a rowboat?
There's still one of those down at the boathouse at the other end of the island.
Good. Then we can row over to the mainland.
Yes, of course. Come on.
Wait a minute. Where are you going?
Back to the house for the car.
Don't be ridiculous. We can't go back there now. We gotta walk.
All right, along the beach here.
Gotta walk faster than that, Arthur.
Vincent, I have a feeling we're being followed.
Just your imagination. Who could see us in this fog?
But I tell you that we are being followed. I told you. Look behind us.
Yes, I can see it now. It's a cat.
And there's a woman with it. Valerie!
We've lost them, Arthur.
They can't be far behind.
Doesn't make any difference now. There's the boathouse just ahead.
The boat! It's not at the land.
Well, it must be. You can't see it because of the fog.
I can see it isn't there.
All right, then we'll hide in the boathouse till morning.
You can't hide from the dead.
Oh, will you please stop that nonsense? We're dealing with somebody very much alive. You've still got that gun.
You can't harm the dead with a gun.
Come on, we're going inside. Door's locked.
I didn't lock it. This boathouse has never been locked before.
All right, wait here. I'll break through the window and come around through the inside. There, just wait for me and I'll unlock the door.
They're coming, Vincent. Hurry!
Now, come on inside, Arthur, quickly. Better lock the door.
Yes.
Arthur, we're in luck. There's a phone here.
Oh, that's right. I forgot.
Maybe it hasn't been disconnected like the other one.
I'll try it. Hello, operator.
Hello, Arthur. It's 11 o'clock, Arthur. Just 3 more hours.
Quarter to 2, Arthur. You can't stay here another minute.
And I can't run away any longer. Where would I go? Where would I hide? If she's going to kill me, let her come and do it.
You've still got 15 minutes.
Oh, my time's run out now.
Well, I wanted to help you save yourself, but you wouldn't let me. I'm not going to stay here another second.
Vincent!
This is your last chance. Do you want to make a run for it with me?
I told you it was no use.
All right, then there's nothing more I can do. Goodbye.
Valerie!
Yes, Arthur. I've come for you.
Valerie, please.
You know why I've come, don't you?
Please, don't come any closer.
You hated me so much. Couldn't even wait until death came to me naturally. You knew how much I hated water, how much I was afraid of it.
Stand where you are. Don't come another step.
You despised me because your bullets can't harm me. There's no way you can harm me anymore because I am dead. But I can harm you.
Valerie. Valerie, forgive me. Valerie, please forgive me. I was sorry as soon as I threw you off the boat, but it was too late. I dived into the water to find you, but I couldn't. I tried until my lungs almost burst. Please, please forgive me.
Why didn't you tell the police?
I wanted to live. So now it doesn't make any difference.
You're wrong about that, Arthur.
Vincent!
It makes a big difference to us.
What are you doing back here?
I was listening outside to your confession.
Confession?
Thank you, Miss Mason. That'll be all.
Yes, sir.
Miss Mason?
The fog outside and this dim light in here helped her disguise.
And it wasn't Valerie.
How could it be? Valerie's dead, isn't she? And the dead can't really return.
But Everett, who killed him?
Everett? Everett's alive.
Very much alive, Arthur.
What?
It wasn't hard for me to pretend being dead with Vincent and Carol keeping you away from my body.
And you, all of you worked
in on this together. Yes. The police couldn't help us because Valerie's body was never found. But we knew you had killed her. We just had to wait for the chance to prove it.
And now you have my confession.
Come on, Arthur.
Wait a minute, Everett. Hello? Hello, Bennett. It's all over. Yeah. You can hook up the wires again. And Bennett, you'd better get to work on that bridge right away. We're making a trip to the mainland.
It's an outrage. All those juicy chances for murder and not one drop of blood spilled. Well, I guess that's the way it is some nights. You just can't lay away a corpuscle. And that Valerie. What a judge she turned out to be. Didn't even have enough courage to step out of her grave. Confidentially, though, the reason is Valerie doesn't like to be seen in shrouds. Oh, no, there's no moral to this story. Just the ugly fact that when you're dead, brother, you're dead.
Thanks for watching. Join us next week for more spine-tingling tales. Subscribe and click on the notification bell to be warned about more episodes like this. Click on the link in the description to be whisked away on a heart-pounding journey through the bustling streets of Rio's favelas. Experience the sights and sounds firsthand as an American driver navigates and narrates the vibrant chaos. Don't just listen to the scares, live them. Click the link below for an adrenaline rush like no other. But beware, what you see may haunt you forever.